Just one question. What if you miss?
I won't.
So whatever.
Yeah.
But this idea that every single game is supposed to play alike or be alike, or when one does one thing and then another comes along and you expect it to do that thing, you assume it's going to do that thing, but it doesn't, suddenly makes it a bad fucking mechanic or a bad game.
It has to be.
Bro, I
No?
just don't know how you
don't think so?
We got a whole group of gamers that started gaming late.
Man. You just can't admit to bad design, man. That's all it is. You're just excusing it because you like it. I can understand that, man. It's all good. It's all good. You're excusing it because you like it, man.
Boy, I freely admit I'm not a judgy gamer on games. I ain't nitpicking fucking games apart to death. That ain't me. I've always said that. That's
nah, man, it's not
all
about nitpicking,
all my
man.
game reviews would be 8s. Like there'd be fucking 8s, 9s, and 10s. For like
Man,
90% of them, because that's how I play games. I find enjoyment in most everything. Like I know
Nah,
I'm crazy,
man.
but
No, man, it's not about nitpicking, man. It's just, when you're just somebody who has made games before and you understand game design, I just can't garner the concept of making a game that just has bad onboarding experience.
I'm not going to take that away from him whatsoever, but why do we need games to handhold every single step of the way? Why do we need games to handhold every step of the fucking way?
See, but it's not about handholding. It's just about better design. It should just be better. You know how you can't expect for anybody to like this game, although there's over 100,000 people playing it on Steam right now. I mean, who's going to end up buying this game? Like, it's just Microsoft. What did they do? Like,
you obviously listened to Jaffe. Did Jaffe say that he played the original Stalker?
No, he did. From what I gathered and what he said.
Right. Okay.
I mean, but okay, I'll stop being funny. Ladies and gentlemen, what's going on? We are live, by the way. We were just having a quick conversation about Stalker, which I'm also going to get into about, and I think it's going to be funny to even get my perspective on it, because I don't feel one way or the other about the game. I did try out Stalker. I wanted to find out whether I would be interested in it or not. I do think that the people that are out there that are stating that the game is not a visually good looking game, I do have to wonder where you get that from. I thought the character detail was pretty solid. I mean, at least from what I experienced, but I guess we'll get into further detail, because Stalker did come out this week, and it is seemingly catching on to the audience that it's meant for. At least from my understanding, the conversations me and Pong have had here before about the OG Stalker videos that I've seen, and then going into this game, it does look like it is talking to the audience it's supposed to talk to, right? There is more people trying it out seemingly than ever before. Again, I tried it. I wouldn't have tried it otherwise, right? And I did say I had some interest in it because it seemed like it could have been pretty cool. And I think it's going to be dope to get deeper into that conversation, talk about some of the things surrounding it, and then kind of go from there as well. Also, I did hear you guys talk about Balatro as well, and how many people were just now finding out that was a game that existed. Apparently, that's an ongoing theme as well.
What the fuck? Like I said, I'm not like shocked. I'm just, it's just a wonder still that so many people, and I'm talking specifically, I'm not talking about regular gamers like that aren't necessarily connected to everything all the time about gaming, right? I'm not talking about the people that, don't live it like we do, right? I'm just talking about this community, and specifically these podcasters and these people specifically that act as if they are the experts in this hobby, that they
Mhm.
somehow are any different from any of us because
The hardcore, right?
right, the hardcore, right? That they have more passion for gaming than the rest of us don't give a shit about this hobby, and we shouldn't talk about
Mhm.
this hobby because we're not interested in keeping the hobby a premium experience. All those narratives. I'm talking about those people that run their shows that way or write their articles that way. And then you get a game like Balatro come out as game of the year. I haven't even played it yet, but I was promoting it before it even played because I saw everybody
Yeah, I remember
catching
y'all talking about it. I remember Mav was talking about it.
yeah, then
It was a good
Mav
group of
bought
people.
it. And Caitlin and Mav both absolutely fell in love with the game. So Mav was talking about it on our shows, but this
Right.
is a game that's one of the biggest indie games of the fucking year. Like this isn't some
Yeah,
hidden
100%.
gem that like 10,000 people have played, right? This isn't
Right.
some hidden gem. This is now everywhere. So you got
Mhm.
these dudes out here who do what we do and
Mm-hmm.
supposedly have the same level of passion for this industry as we do, but you don't know what fucking Balatro is? Like, and then you go pick it up after the fact so that you can act like now that you know what it is. Like, this again, we've always said, and there's different levels to this, right?
Yeah,
Again,
yeah.
say Dark, there's levels to this, right? There is. But these people, I'm talking about the specific people who try to gatekeep this community, who try to say the conversations can and cannot be had by certain people because
Right.
you all don't know what you're talking about. Well, if you don't know what one of the game of the years is because you're so wrapped up in AAA gaming that you ignore where actually a lot of the innovation comes from in this industry.
Yeah, the indie space.
Are you really as passionate about this hobby as you say you are? Are you really on another level from the rest of us? Do you really think that you can crown yourself king of this hobby and talk about it, right? And that's not a shot. That's not king, by the way. I'm just saying
Yeah,
the
yeah,
way
just
the way that
and-
people act
yeah.
about it on their shows, right?
Mhm.
And so for me, it's just like I was again just kind of flabbergasted a little bit by the amount of people who have freely admitted they had never heard of Balatro and could
Mhm.
not understand how a card game could be in game of the year consideration. When I asked Mav like 3 months ago if he thought it would make it as the indie game this year, like I was like, honestly, because again,
Yeah.
I haven't played it yet, which is shocking because I freaking it's a game that I know I'd be addicted to right now. I just have so much shit and I don't want to get
Yeah,
wrapped
that's how
up
it
in
goes.
that. It's like fucking crazy. It's like Vampire Survivors. Again, Vampire Survivors came out when there was not a whole lot to play. There wasn't as much to play.
Right.
So I could wrap myself up in that. So, but it's just surprising to me how many people just still in this community claim to be something that they're actually not. And it falls in line with what we were just talking about, Steel. It truly is it's been said a billion times by a billion other people, but it does feel like in a lot of ways, there's a large portion of this
Mhm.
community who started gaming during the PS4 generation. And
Yeah,
I
yeah,
don't care if they're 40 years old, it feels like they picked up because their buddies picked it up. It feels like we have a bunch of people who just got into this hobby because it's became so popular as it was, and they wanted to be a part of the conversation. They had nothing else going on, so they decided to start gaming that late. And they don't really understand the history of gaming. And again, young people, generationally, that's what I'm talking like that doesn't count because again, everybody's got to start somewhere. It's different. I know younger people aren't going to understand. Like, I can't talk to Steel about Atari days because Steel really
Yeah, you
doesn't
could.
have a whole lot.
I mean, not
I could, but you don't
not
have a
Atari
perspective
specifically.
of
Yeah.
right, exactly.
I played
of
those
Atari.
games though. Yeah.
Sure.
Like
but
I
I'm
still
just
think
saying,
Asteroids is probably one of the greatest games ever created. I mean,
of
I'm
course,
just
it's been
saying.
around. It's lived. Yes, no, and it was in arcades forever. But I'm just saying in general, like that's not what I'm talking about. The young kids all, they have to start somewhere. It's the older dudes out here who are preaching like they've been gaming for 40 years like I have, and yet their perspective is very, in my opinion, is extremely limited, whether it's self-imposed limitations or it is because they really haven't experienced other games or they haven't gone outside of their
That's what it
own
is.
box.
That's what it is.
But man, again, the way you talk, if you were just talking from your perspective and you didn't downplay or put down other gamers or other podcasters or other games themselves for not
Yeah.
being your style game, I have zero problem with you guys.
Well,
Like,
that's the problem with the industry, though, Pong. Nobody has a standard, and when you just accept all these indie games out here, man, you're not setting that standard up to a higher level. We're never going to get better games because you settle for these little mediocre little indie games that don't really do anything, man. They're not graphically impressive. They're not pushing the boundary. They're not pushing the limits. That's why Xbox can release a mediocre game like S.T.A.L.K.E.R. By the way, which is an indie game technically.
It's an indie game. It's a AA game.
By the way, that's not my opinion, guys. I'm just being funny.
But it was never meant to be a AAA game. Why people thought this was a AAA game, I have no fucking idea.
That was also surprising to me, actually. Just like on a side note, when people started talking about like, oh man, well, this game it's not this, it's not that, it's not da, and completely forgetting that the game is an indie game. Yes, it had Microsoft backing as far as development goes, to help them get, continue the progress and everything, because Microsoft does have faith in it. And yes, that ended up being, giving them what I think they're saying. Again, it's rumored. I don't know if you even know if it's been confirmed yet. Chat, let us know whether there's a 3-month exclusivity on the game. I mean, I don't know. I don't know whether that's the case or not. But that's the other thing that I had been hearing as well, and I had a chance to look it up. But yeah, people are saying there's a 3-month exclusive, so they'll try it out when it comes to PlayStation, or there's just so many other limitations that they are putting on it for not hitting whatever bar or whatever mark, or it's not, people hyped up this game and it didn't end up being the best things that Microsoft has released this year, or that has released on a Microsoft platform this year.
It's just it's great, and we'll get in it. We'll deep dive.
Yeah, we will.
It is just, that's why on our show, Steel. If you guys remember when I was talking about S.T.A.L.K.E.R, I did warn everybody. Like,
no, you did.
Going to be a survival hardcore. This isn't what people. I knew that there was going to be plenty of people who thought this was going to be like an action game, more like Metro. Now, Metro has its moments of very difficult times, and it's not as easy as, let's say, just running through a Call of Duty campaign. It's not like that, but that's why I said Metro's a nice spin-off and does a nice job in the S.T.A.L.K.E.R kind of world, but S.T.A.L.K.E.R's on a different level, man. And that's why I was out here trying to say this to you guys, because GSC was saying they were bringing the old elements of S.T.A.L.K.E.R, the original S.T.A.L.K.E.R, into S.T.A.L.K.E.R 2. When they said that, I knew this was going to be brutal, but people were going to play it like Call of Duty. And sure enough, we got videos of people getting frustrated because they're playing the goddamn game like Call of Duty. Refudge, I see you in the chat. Welcome to the chat. I see this, and I'm like, how did you, again,
not doing the research either. People don't research.
All the information's out there. And like I said, I'm not talking about the regular ass gamers. I'm just talking about the people in this community who talk this shit, who are on X every single freaking day, who are on YouTube every day. How do you not know some of the basics about some of this shit coming out?
I don't know, Pong. I picked up a gun and the gun doesn't feel good, man. I don't know. It doesn't react the way that it's supposed to. It's all over the place. Because you pick up guns in real life and they're the most accurate gun that you've ever shot in real life, even though maybe you haven't even shot a gun, but it's super accurate. I think you just might be tripping, man. I think you're just excusing bad gameplay. Again, ladies and gentlemen, in case you can't tell, I am being funny. There has been some interesting things that I have heard about, a lot of different things this week. Although, to be fair, I haven't been like super tuned in. Again, real life has gotten hectic, gets crazy, but that's how things go. But nonetheless, in case you're just tuning in, you're like, man, these guys are already having random conversation. One, I got to shout out to Decado, because Decado came in with the 5 bones early to add on some of those good old carts on the back of the train. Appreciate that, Decado. Much love. But you are tuned in to Living Split Screen, a non-console centric platform talking about everything going on within the gaming industry. I am one of your hosts, Steel Rain, Mr. Live Raw and Uncut himself. But not only that, if you don't know about Living Split Screen, it is the home of that RTS view. That's real-time strategy where we pull ourselves out of the world, look at the darker crevices of that map, pull our resources together. And when I say the map, I mean the gaming industry. Pull our resources together so we can not only have a conversation right here on Live and Split Screen, but hopefully and potentially reach into a wider audience and bring them into the conversation as well. With that, this week has been interesting in the gaming space for me, but I'll definitely get into that here in a moment. Haven't played too much. I did end up getting into Flight Sim and S.T.A.L.K.E.R. Both I've played. Between them both, I probably have an hour. 30 minutes a piece. So it's going to be very funny to have that conversation and entertaining, I think.
I could have totally told Steel this is what was going to happen. I love that he tried them though, so I can't wait to talk to him.
That's what it was about. That's what it was
about. I knew
it
was coming out both of these. I knew. I had hopes for S.T.A.L.K.E.R. I had a little bit more hope for S.T.A.L.K.E.R. that maybe it would catch you.
I'll give you a sneak peek. Paul. You know, it started getting iffy for me in S.T.A.L.K.E.R. when things were like, I was going into areas and it was like pitch black. I was like, oh my fucking God. I was like, yo, is this what, like, I was in the tunnel area at the beginning. I was like, I made a turn. I was like, yo, why is this lightning ball attacking me? I was trying to figure out if I could hurt it. It was interesting. So that was very entertaining for me.
This could be like a shocking moment on Living.
It's going to be funny
because of your electric ball, but that actually I can actually, what's going to be crazy is because it sounds like Steel that I actually have a game in borderline horror-esque that I can play that you can't.
It was creeping me the fuck out. I'm not even gonna lie to you.
I know.
Early on, I was like, I was like, okay, if this is supposed to be worse than Metro is, then maybe Metro is actually playable, right?
Yeah.
Because it is. Bro, that first little area, I don't know. Maybe it's because I do have some of those parallels anyway, we'll get into it when we talk about it. I think it's gonna be really fun. But again, ladies and gentlemen, I do have to pass it off to the uncanny gentleman himself. He's probably got a little bit more gaming in than I have this week.
How much?
The one and only uncanny gentleman himself, my brother from another, Mr. Pong. So, what's going on, brother, man?
Good to be here, brother. Glad we're having a show, and glad you could make it today. And
Thanks,
again,
man.
much love to you, brother, for sure.
Yeah,
got a lot going on, and again, this is not real life here. This is just for fun. We both admit this is our therapy, but sometimes gotta make time for other shit. So
I mean, but that's I will say real quick. I will say that's part of the reason why in case some people haven't noticed, I know that the homie Sly Crow has. There has been a little bit of a pause on the From World to Wild's journey currently. I will end up bringing that back up. Well, kids got a break next week, so I might ramp that back up. But yeah, man, I mean, real life comes first. Other things take precedent. My mind just wasn't there for it to even jump into it, just with everything that's been going on. But again, I mean, that's how things go, man. We do this for fun. The podcast is definitely something that we've been doing for quite some time. And again, you guys continue to support, and there's a lot of y'all that show up on a week-to-week basis, man. Again, our numbers aren't super great, but even compared to others that also do the show on a week-to-week basis, especially for us only having the one show that is pretty darn consistent, especially for a 2-man show that does go 3+ hours on a week-to-week basis for most of the time and just delivers that content. That's just, the way things go. And I think it's been pretty solid. Can we do better? For sure. Again, audio listeners, you probably didn't notice that you didn't get that episode of Live and Split Screen this week. I hadn't uploaded it. Again, just wasn't in that headspace thinking about that stuff at the time. So I will get that uploaded this weekend. So hopefully you'll have a double upload. And if I did upload it, I don't recall doing it. So, hey, let me know if you ended up listening to it on the audio side, but I don't think I did, from what I can recall. But nonetheless, Joe Dunmore, he says, we love it here. And my fault, Paul. Go ahead, get into it, man. Much love. Appreciate you being here, brother.
We love all you guys. And I appreciate you, brother, like I said, for being here today and
absolutely
doing the show. So, Yeah, man, what a week. I don't know how we want to do this today. If we would, because obviously you know what I've been playing, so it's kind of part of our discussion. So I don't know.
I mean, yeah, if you wanna go ahead and tee it up, we can. I mean, that's what we've been kind of doing, and I kind of like that we kind of take it casual. It's not just super structured. Yeah. Because Stalker and Flight Sim both came out this week, and that has been something that you've been playing. You can if you want to lead it into the conversations, things you've been hearing, your experience with it. I'll give my little, because I don't have much to say as well. So, and then we can kind of go back and forth from there and chat. I mean, if you guys have been playing Stalker and Flight Sim, let us know how you've been feeling about them. Because I know it has been pretty seemingly objective depending on the type of gamer that you are. So,
yeah, it's always going to be in the eye of the beholder, right? We talk about that all the time, right? I expect everybody to love everything. So anyways, obviously you and I got to run some Call of Duty last weekend on Sunday.
Oh yeah, that was lit.
Awesome. We had a nice 4 or 5 hour run there. That was really great. Finally prestiged. I did wind up prestiging after you got off Steel. I went and did some solo and prestige. It got to my first prestige level again, Call of Duty. Now again this week too, Treyarch. I had read out that post that they had made right before we got off the air last Saturday about Treyarch saying that they were going to find a way to make sure that the Legacy 2XP tokens did carry over after they first said that they weren't going to allow that to happen. They got it done by, I think it was Monday they announced it, or Tuesday. They got it announced that they got it fixed. They got the patch in.
That was quick.
So now now everybody has access to their Legacy tokens, which is freaking awesome. But yeah, so that was Call of Duty continues to be, like I said, you're never going to be 100% happy with a game that's as popular as it is. You're never going to find everybody happy. But just for myself, it is freaking awesome. And again, Steel, I think you and I running together without the rest of the fam, just 2-man run. Skill-based matchmaking, again, for me, is dope. They've figured it out, in my opinion.
Of those weird ass matches that
matches where all of a sudden there's nobody, everybody's dying and there's people getting shot, but there's nobody to be found.
Full lobbies, by the way.
Yeah, full lobbies. Steel and I running around the map, can't find a damn thing, but people are getting killed somewhere. It's like we're ghosts and nobody else can see it. It's crazy, man. Anyways, we had a couple of those matches. But outside of that, just how it was adjusting to both you and I, because you would bump us, because Steel, obviously, top 2 every single time, was getting play of the games fucking consistently. So then it bumped us, right? And if it bumped us too high, and I, as his teammate, was finishing in the last 2 spots, a few matches later, all of a sudden... Right, it would dial back a little bit. I'd be towards the middle again. Then we had one streak where it dialed it back because I had been on a bad streak, and suddenly I took a couple matches. I actually won it. I was the lead dog in a couple matches, which was cool to see. I know people complain about it for different reasons. I know not everybody has the same experience in skill-based matchmaking, but again, just for myself, as somebody who does run a lot of solo with randos, and then obviously with Steel last weekend, it just really works for me. I feel great. I just know that if I'm on a bad streak and I'm getting shot a lot, I'm not going to sit there. Like, it's going to move me, and I'm going to get into some lobbies that make me feel pretty good at the game, right?
Andrew,
I think it works. So anyways, having a great time with Call of Duty. Everything feels great, man. Love to have the prestige back. It felt so good. Steel that old dopamine rush of prestige, and bro, picking out what you wanted to keep. I love how they let you pick out a certain level, any level that you want to token to open up and keep this time around. Plus your plus the customized the Mastercraft weapons and stuff stay open, unlocked for you as well.
Yeah.
So you can still use those, which is freaking awesome. So just loving that game. Love what they did. One of the best Call of Duties I've played in decades, easily. Hands down.
It's really good. It's phenomenal. I haven't had a chance to play ranked yet, so people are complaining about cheaters again and complaining about the whole crossplay thing again. I wish we could turn off crossplay. I almost made a post that said I wish people would just stop bitching. Like, cheating has been a thing that has gone on forever. I know Xbox has adjusted some things, and I know PlayStation adjusted some things as well, as far as hardware being plugged in to help, so that Cronuses are not as easy to use on console. But people have been cheating on console as well for quite some time. And cheating is always going to be something that is there, unless we start holding these. The developers, the publishers, continue to hold their feet to the fire about making sure that they continue to work on the cheating side of things, right? I think there should be an equal amount of development time, an equal amount of attention to anti-cheat, right? Because it does impact the game. I don't disagree with people there, but I don't think that turning off crossplay is the answer. It's just like, oh, I don't want to play against mouse and keyboard players. Well, I mean, get good. If you don't get good, there's skill-based matchmaking that's going to help adjust you not in being a certain place. And I get that not everybody likes skill-based matchmaking, but again, you do have to find the proper middle ground, because again, without skill-based matchmaking, there was a lot of people who used to complain about getting steamrolled all the time, people stacking teams, running into hardcore teams, all that.
You used to have to log out, Steel, and go find a new lobby. Like that's what you used to have to do, right? Mm-hmm. You would have to log out. You get into that bad lobby with that fucking clan, and you make a couple runs and it was shit. You back out and you fucking go get a new lobby, right? That's what you would have to do back in the day before skill-based matchmaking. There's not going to be 100% perfect right answer. Maybe AI will be able to help with this down the road.
Maybe, help acknowledge some things.
Yeah, exactly. Stuff behind the scenes that we don't.
Third-party programs. No, honestly, one of the easiest things that you could do, I think, Pong, and I know security is always going to continue to be an issue as we move into the future. But there are certain programs, known programs, or if you do get these cheaters or the people who create these cheats, maybe you need to start bringing these people in-house. Maybe you need to send a message across the way and say, yo, instead of you not getting paid for this or getting reprimanded or whatever the case might be, start bringing more hackers in, bro, so they can tell you, hey, this is what we're using, this is how we're using it, so that they can start. Again, because a lot of it is this third-party software, but you have people internally that can kind of reverse engineer certain things. You can get solutions within weeks instead of months, right? And I think that would be one of the solutions to do it. I mean, again, that's what happens in other industries, right? You get those people who can reverse engineer a problem or an issue or a security fault or whatever the case, and you bring those people in. So
yeah, and I think let's be real too, Steve. This idea that every single match you're in has fucking cheaters. Come on, bro. Like,
no, they don't. People call me a cheater all day. I mean, I still get that.
Bullshit. Okay. And again, unless you're going pro, which 99.9999 repeating % of you aren't going fucking pro.
Yeah.
What the fuck does it really matter if you have a couple matches where there's fucking cheaters? Again, I play a ton solo with randos. And yes, are there a match here and there where I go, even Steel and I have been playing, and I'm like, Steel, you noticing that kind of really know where we're at right now, like no matter what. There's questions, but is it really that horrible because you have a couple bad matches here and there because of cheaters? Like again,
that consistent.
I don't understand it, and I don't get why people want to do it. But at the same time, does it really fucking bother me that? No, because I'm not going pro. Like, why do you guys care like so much? Like, again, it's not as
that's my experience, Pong.
Right. It's not as rampant as people think. And as far as the keyboard and mouse, that's bullshit because I'm an average to below average fucking player. I don't play Call of Duty like that anymore. I don't play competition, first-person shooters, competitive first-person shooters anymore like I used to back in the day when I was a little bit more decent. I'm a below to. I don't roll into a lobby and see a bunch of PC icons and go, "Oh fuck, I'm dead." Fuck no, bro. I'm like, it doesn't. I still do fine. Like it's not a big deal anymore. Like it really isn't. That whole idea has been.
Well, now people complain about controller players. So
yeah, exactly. It's been neutralized because they've done a great job refining. Obviously the assistance for controllers, right? And it's done. They do pretty well, and so. Yeah. Again, even as an average to below average player, when I don't get frustrated playing against PC players. Like it's not that big a deal. Like it really truly isn't. But anyways, everybody's going to have their own opinion. I just think it's kind of weird, but Call of Duty, Treyarch, shout out to Treyarch, shout out to Raven, did an awesome job. They did their thing. And the season 1 so far has been fantastic. I already bought my first skin too. I should mention that if you guys didn't see my post on
the dragon.
I did buy my first skin already. I had coins left over from Modern Warfare 3 that rolled over, obviously. Plus, I got the upgrade, the Ultimate Edition upgrade for the Season 1 pass initially, and the early access. So I got additional coins. So I had like 5,000 coins. So those skins rolled out, Steel, and there's a couple cool ones. There's a vampire one in there as well. But the dragon one, Yo, I saw the dragon and I was like, you got to be kidding me. Really, Treyarch? You're already going to do this to me like day one of skins and you're already got me? And I kept going back and forth and finally I was like, fuck it. I got to get it. It's too fucking dope. It is a great looking skin. They did their thing with the skins. Like they have a lot of work into some of these skins. They look fantastic.
They do the thing, man. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So anyway, so yes, I am contributing to that as well, which I'm fine with. I think it's dope. It's an option for everybody.
It is an option. Yes.
Yeah. And then we got into the week steal. I'm still running through Vessel of Hatred on Diablo. I'm trying to finish Vessel of Hatred. The campaign.
Got some strong thoughts about that. I'm pretty sure some people might have seen that, especially with what Path of Exile 2 has shown us this week.
Yeah,
I find it
we're certainly going to talk about
interesting.
Yes, we're going to talk about Path of Exile 2, but Vessel of Hatred, the campaign, not this season, because this season is pretty damn good. Okay, I'm having a great time with Diablo. Again, I'm about 450 hours in Diablo. So again, when I talk about Diablo 4, I talk about it with love.
Yeah, you got time. Yeah.
I talk about it with love. I don't play a game for 450 hours that I don't love. Okay, I love Diablo. It scratches an itch. But Vessel of Hatred as an expansion. I am still, now that I'm running through the missions more, because like I said, I was slow rolling it for a while, just grinding, leveling up before doing a mission here, a mission there. Now that I kind of started down, just knocking out the missions themselves and getting into the deeper parts of the story of Vessel of Hatred, I got to say I'm disappointed. I haven't gotten to the ending yet. I haven't gotten to the ending, so I don't know.
The ending's good.
Right, and that's what I'm gonna finish this out.
Doesn't make up, but yeah.
The middle section though, so far where I'm at, I'm probably beyond halfway at this point. I think I'm wrapping up here. I think I've got 2 or 3 missions maybe at this point, but I'm guessing. But I think that's where I'm at.
I need to make a post.
It is disappointing. The writing is not as strong as the initial story, and again, I'm not doing apples to apples here because, of course, the main story with Mother is going to carry.
Yeah.
Like it's going to be that. So I'm not comparing it like, oh, it should have been just as big and crazy as the main story was when the game dropped. No. I'm not looking at it that way. I'm just saying in general, the writing, the development of the story does not keep my interest like I thought it was going to with the setup. The setup was so freaking amazing, right? That I really thought I was going to be drawn into Vessel of Hatred. And as I played through it, and again, I'm not that dude who skips through the cutscenes. I'm not the dude who skips the talking. I listen to the stories. I talk to him afterwards, ask him the questions, trying to get a little bit of the background and lore. It's just not grabbing me, man. It's not ending up how I thought it was going to be. It feels rushed. It feels like they took some easy shortcuts in the story. Instead of expanding kind of what was going on. And I understand kind of, without getting into spoilers, I kind of understand with the introduction of the Spiritborn and kind of how they play a major part of this. I kind of get some of it, but there's some of it I'm just like, you guys, I expect more of Blizzard because of how well they did the original story, because most of the time their stories in their games are freaking really well done, like really well crafted. This one just feels slight. And it feels light. And so again, I want to see, once I get to the ending, I'll see how the ending actually goes, and then maybe I'll have a different idea of the ending. Just this middle good chunk of section that I'm in just ain't hitting, man. Just ain't hitting right with me at all. So, but overall, again, still loving this season. They still got lots of work to do. We already heard about the next season. They just had a fireside chat again. They announced some massive changes yet again. Still, there some additions that they're going to do. Like Steel alluded to, we will talk about Path of Exile 2 after watching Path of Exile 2 early access video for an hour and a half. It looks all elementary to me at this point. Like
it's insane, bro. It literally
it is crazy. We're to talk about
early access
because there's a lot. I think it's a good discussion to have. This is when competition is good. This is what competition does. This is why competition is still important in all areas, in industries, not just video games, but in all industries. But this is a pretty bright spotlight on why competition is good when we get into PoE2. We'll get into PoE2. So that's what I've been doing there. Then Flight Sim drop. Super excited to hop into Flight Sim. Had them pre-downloaded. Had Stalker 2 pre-downloaded. Had Flight Sim downloaded. Been hyped about Flight Sim. I like Flight Sim. Don't put the time into it like other people do because again, there's too much other play. If I was
time consuming.
If I was the and if I was the person though that really needed like again, sim experiences are sim experiences. They are what they are. They're games. Okay. People try to say they're not games. They're games. Okay. The original Flight Sim is a game. I don't care what anybody wants to say. It's a game. But the fact is that when they introduced Flight Sim 2024 and they gamified it more.
Yes. That's
by doing all of these things. I was super hyped because I was like, okay, this is like the original sim. I love it. I love flying. I when the original one launched, I did a real time, almost 2-hour flight between Cairo. Again, I talked about this last week between Cairo and can't remember what other city I flew to, but it was like a true 1.5, 2-hour real time flight. And I did it. Like I went through the whole thing. I love that. Again, do I have the time to spend on it all the time? Am I that kind of sim guy? No, I'm not. But I was excited for this one. So I had it downloaded, got home that night, had been seeing all the problems all day, right? The queues, people not being able to load in. I was like, oh, you got 2024 Asobo? Like, I get you probably didn't maybe consider that this many people want to drop into your new game, but you guys did make this game for a reason, and you guys did gamify it for a reason, and you did a really great job of advertising it. Like, you probably should. It's big on PC, always has been. It was a top Steam seller for all week. It's been in the top 5 all week. Like, yeah, I think you guys probably should have thought about this. And again, Steel, we talk about this all the time. It doesn't matter who it is. It doesn't matter what it is. When you're talking about a big time publisher like Microsoft or Sony, this in 2024, not having servers correct, like is crazy to me, especially like Microsoft, they own Azure and they own the cloud. Like that to me is wild in 2024 that we have these issues like Diablo coming out and not having enough server space. Like I get it costs money and I get you don't want to overdo it, but really you want your best experience, your best foot forward on the day of launch. So I was a little disappointed because I got home. I thought they would have had it fixed by then. Tried to load it up, got the queue. And I was like, okay, we're done. Got the queue. So I was disappointed. So went back to Diablo that night, got up early on Wednesday morning, and actually got in right away. Got up early Wednesday morning, loaded up before work. I wanted to check it out, loaded in. Now, the asset loading from the cloud on that day, on Wednesday morning, was atrocious. I don't know if it's better now, but it was atrocious, Steel. I'm talking about planes without wings, no wheels, talking about half the map disappearing underneath me, reappearing. Like, I was like, wow.
I was going to mention texture on rocks and stuff. That's a whole different level.
Yeah. All of that. But, oh, okay. So you just had the texture. Yeah, no, I had flat out assets to think. Yeah. No. So I played through the first mission. I'll give you a chance to give you your experience here because we'll just jump into this here. So I played through the first career mission, created my character. I set it on PM to PM, Asobo. If you guys can't do character creation, that's totally, don't force it. These are some of the ugliest characters in history, bro. I'm not, this is PS3 level.
It's almost Forza Horizon 5 level. Oh,
I'd say
pretty
Forza
much.
Horizon probably better than
no Horizon 5 is definitely better. It has more options at least.
I was just like are we again, no shade on Asobo. That's not their forte. It's not what they do. I saw Cog. Cog actually found a dude who looks like him. Shout out to Cog.
Oh, okay.
Easy. Bald man, right? He found it. It works. It looks like Cog, so that works. Shout out to him. But for me, I tried to create a dude. I tried to create a girl that looked good. I finally settled on a girl who's decent. I'm like, okay, I can live with this.
Okay.
But anyways, I did all that, got up in the air. Once I got into the plane, all of that magic, just like the first flight sim, even better. Again, I got to look at it more, but I just from my initial run, I did see improvements even in the extraordinary visuals from the first flight sim. Mav tells me, dude, wait until you get flying over some, a lot of places. You're going to see a huge difference. Mav's got like 10 hours.
In the air is pretty.
Yeah. It's gorgeous. Flight controls were great. I really am interested in the career mode. I know it's a grind, but how they've got it set up really just clicked in my head when I went and looked at the tree and where you want to go with your career. You get to pick out your starting airport where you're going to start from. That's dope as hell. I picked a little airport right by my dad's place in Florida because, of course, it's gorgeous down there. So I picked this little airport right by my dad's place down in Florida. And sure enough, that's where I flew over my first test flight, my first flight up. Training mission, all that worked flawlessly and looked gorgeous once everything did get loaded in. So I am going to keep this downloaded. Again, it's nice that it's only 30 some gigs. I want to say 38 gigs or something like that, which is completely different than the first flight sim. Obviously, a lot of people are saying that the amount of information that they did put up into the cloud to get it to work off of 38 gigs could be part of the problem, that they're, again, cloud isn't a perfected technology, right? It's based, it has so many different factors to make it work properly, right? And that any couple of them that aren't exactly right on your internet side or whatever the case may be is going to cause some issues. And I think that that's what we're seeing here. I love that they tried this and that they're pushing forward on it, because obviously, again, we talked about the petabytes originally for Flight Sim that is actually downloaded, that shit is not possible on hardware, that only the cloud makes this game possible to do that geographic satellite view of the entire globe. That's only possible because of the cloud. We would not have Flight Sim in its current form, if we did not have the cloud. Like that is amazing to me. So the fact that they're trying to use this and trying to push it forward, I appreciate that, but we are going to see problems like this, but that's cool. It's small enough now I can leave it on my Xbox, because I did play on my Xbox. I haven't played it on PC yet. Played it on Xbox, and I'm going to leave it there because I do want to check out. I want to do a little bit of the grind, and I want to go through some of the career mode and kind of see what I'm doing. Shout out to Ham. I saw Ham Solo. He pops in here from time to time. Shout out to Ham. He already got early commercial license already, and he was flying skydivers over an area. So he was actually doing one of the jobs. So that was freaking dope.
I saw the one he did with the helicopter.
Grind.
Yeah, that's cool. I saw him do the one with the helicopter. So
he was doing skydivers. He posted something this morning about he was taking skydivers over an area, which is dope. So I want to check that out. So Flight Sim was pretty good for me. Steel, go ahead. What was your Flight Sim experience, brother? Because I know you go for it.
Man, my Flight Sim experience was I got low key excited about it, because Flight Sim is one of those things that the last time I genuinely played a Flight Sim was probably almost 20 years ago at this point, it feels like. We have a naval base that's is in my city, one of the main naval bases, I should say. And I played it, the last time I played it was actually on base on an actual like full-on rig. This was a thing that they trained pilots on, right? So that was my original experience with Flight Sim, and I've always been familiar with Flight Sim off and on. So, but again, needless to say, I hadn't played it since then. I didn't play it last year. I didn't even get it. I'm just not genuinely interested in it, right? Because generally, I should say interested in it, not genuinely. I'm just not generally interested in that, right? My sim is more so like Forza Motorsport, right? That's where I go. And I've been debating about playing Ace Combat, because that's kind of the last plain game that I played. And I want to say the last time I played Ace Combat was probably 3, right? So it's been some time since I even played that. And I know Ace Combat is a completely different, how it plays feels completely different, everything. It's not as sim, it's more arcadey, right? And it's meant to be that way. So I load into Flight Sim with all good intentions. I make my character. Again, yes, the character creator was very limited. I was trying to make a bald dude with a beard, and I didn't even have any beard options. I was like, what is going on in this game? I was like, okay, well, fine. It's not the main crux of the game, so I'm not gonna like get all caught up in it. Well, I load in to do the initial kind of little trial run, and we take off. I'm having a good time, going through the points and everything. I'm like, okay, this is cool. The game looks good. I'm looking at the performance and everything. Of course, it's got the PC running a little hotter than normal, of course, right? Because it is a demanding game. There's a lot of different things that are going on with it, and I do agree, at least from what I had seen. As noticeable as some of the stuff on the ground is, again, for me, was more like texture loading with like rocks and stuff in the background and whatnot, especially when you had your character, or when you're controlling your character, because some of the I know in the first career mission that you do, they have you do like kind of that pre-check, right? It kind of takes you through the steps of becoming a pilot kind of thing. When you get into the air, it is extremely phenomenal. Again, I will always give kudos to Flight Sim overall for even being on console in the first place. Yes, I was playing on PC, but the fact that I am playing essentially the same game that is available on console is something that has to be commended across the board, because this is not supposed to be technically possible, right? Especially with how limited people say the consoles are and everything else. And I do think that should give people a perspective of where we are in gaming, right? The fact that this is even possible at all. Now, I know there's a lot of magic behind the scenes that goes into it. Again, all the data, streaming, and all that great stuff, but that's neither here or there. I did put Flight Sim down. Mainly because, and yes, I did end up crashing my the first time, but that's not why I put it down, right? I was going through the motions and everything, and when I was going through that first, you get into your career, because that's what I wanted to do. I want to get into the career because I want to learn how to fly. I mean, again, I haven't played Flight Sim and Lord knows how long. I know it's going to be more of a sim-like game. I want to kind of get myself into it. That was my whole mentality. So I get into it, I take off from the ground, and we're in the air flying around and stuff like that. And to me, it's just, and I know it's intentionally supposed to be this way because it's supposed to feel like as real as possible, right? It's not fun to me, right? But I can understand why it is fun for other people, especially when I have other games that I would rather play. That's kind of where my headspace started going. And as soon as I start thinking about other games that I could possibly be playing, and it's not even that, and it's not even like, again, it's not a mark against the game. It's just like, where am I going to divulge my time to, right? And if I was going to play a sim game and take it seriously, like I mentioned earlier, I'm more akin to the Forza Motorsport style. And even again, people would even consider that to be more arcade-like, but that's neither here or there. But I'm more akin to that. Driving is more my thing that I appreciate. Ever since I found out that I couldn't be a jet pilot, after that was like the number one career that I wanted to be in when I was younger, my hopes and dreams and ambitions for wanting to fly planes and stuff like that has dwindled very, very hard. But yeah, up to the point of me crashing, right? I just was not enjoying myself. Well, I didn't find myself like, man, I want to play this some more. So I don't have nothing negative per se to say about the game. Performance seemed fine. I mean, of course, it did come across demanding. Again, I'm playing in 1080p, and even at 1080p, it was struggling to hit 60 frames, right? If it hit 60, but it did feel really good in the air. Again, the way that it makes you feel up there, especially with how, I don't think nimble is the word to use, but how, what is a good term for it? How twitchy, I guess you could say, how flying the plane is, I mean, again, it's all part of that experience, right? It just felt off to me. I didn't feel or want to put more time in, so I ended up uninstalling the game. I'm not going to go back to it. I get why other people get excited about it, but again, there are other games that I would rather play, especially with PoE code that was coming around the corner. I'm going to be back in the Monster Hunter world, and it was just one of those things to where it's like, yeah, I think I'll skip. But that Babu Kumi says, corrective vision shot down your dreams down still. Yeah, man. As soon as I found that I have astigmatism, I don't think like by the time, because getting eye correction surgery done now is relatively cheap, right? Especially compared to what it was almost 15 years ago when that was like my goal. Or I would even say I mean, I'm 32 now. So that would be 20 years ago when that was my ambition, right? Like, in comparison, that didn't seem to be a goal of mine. And Kumi, that's the other thing about it as well, is if I did jump back into it, because he says, get you a flight stick, bro. If I did jump back into it, that's the way that I would want to do it. And that's the other thing that I did feel as well. I was like, because I was sitting there playing with the controller, I was like, oh, this is cool, but I know that when you have a even if I had a basic flight stick with the throttle on the side and like just a single flight like kind of stick that I had, like something similar to what I had back in the day when I would play Battlefield and stuff like that, or even Ace Combat or whatever the case, I know that will bring more of the fun to it. But again, for me, it just goes back to I got other things that I would rather play, and I could tell very quickly, and that's what I meant by, that's what I was going to get into about the whole slow aspect of it is, or the time consuming aspect of it is every flight takes time, right? And you feel that time, right? I'm in the air, you're flying around. If, you know, it just wasn't speaking to me. Right. So again, nothing negative against Flight Sim. I did experience some of the load-in times as well. Again, I tried to play it the day it came out or the morning it came out or whatever, and I couldn't get in. Right. So I had to wait until the very next day. But to Kumi's point again, he said you really have to get into a mindset for Flight Sim. And that's exactly 100% right. And I was not in that mindset. Right. So that's the only reason why I ended up uninstalling it. It did solidify the fact that, hey, if I'm going to play a game where I'm going to fly in, I think I'll just get the most recent Ace Combat and then kind of go from there. So there is that. But yeah, man. I mean, nothing too overly negative, but it's just it's a me thing, not the game.
It's another opinion, man. But you tried it. Is the whole point.
Yeah, and it's a Game Pass.
I always love that. Yeah, exactly. That's always the point. You don't seal yourself off just because, right? You try it out. Right. So anyways, right. I appreciate that, Steel. So, and again, it is like Tubabu said, a mindset. That's what I was saying. Like if I was a total sim dude, yeah, that's what I would do because I love it. But other things call to me over that, right? It's got moments and I love to jump into it from time to time, but I just can't commit that much to it. But again, I'm going to try. I'm going to do a little bit of the career mode in this one and see how far I get because I do want to actually kind of dive into this one. I want to do some of those jobs. Those jobs look awesome. So, yeah, so then obviously that was Flight Sim, and then obviously on to S.T.A.L.K.E.R 2. So S.T.A.L.K.E.R 2, you guys know, I played the original, Buddy's PC. Been a S.T.A.L.K.E.R fan because of what I experienced way back in the day. Haven't played it since then, but always was a fan. Obviously been hyped for this game since it got announced that GSC Game World had refounded again, that one of the original founders, the other half of the founders, had restarted the company all those years back. And was hiring to make S.T.A.L.K.E.R 2. I've been excited for this because I knew there's a large fan base of older gamers who got to experience the original S.T.A.L.K.E.R, and it's a unique game. And like I said all along, you know, Metro and that team, which is part of the original S.T.A.L.K.E.R team, did a great job kind of filling that space with the Chernobyl, a post-apocalyptic meltdown kind of, you know, pseudoscience type of game. But it wasn't fully S.T.A.L.K.E.R. They made it much more. Not much more, but they made it easy enough to draw in a bigger audience than the original S.T.A.L.K.E.R would have if S.T.A.L.K.E.R just released today, right? If it was brand new IP. And so Metro team kind of went in a different route. Again, it can be tough at times. I'm certainly not saying it's an easy game because it's not. You can't play Metro like you can Call of Duty. It's not. It's still, you got to be patient. You got to take your time. It's got some survival aspects to it. But S.T.A.L.K.E.R is on a different level. And when I heard that GSC Game World was going to do S.T.A.L.K.E.R 2 and bring those elements back in, I was like, oh, all right, let's go. This is going to be hardcore. And so I was super hyped. I had this pre-downloaded, ready to rock and roll. Obviously was at work when the reviews hit the couple hours before launch, which is, again, always, you know, it's worrisome whenever they hold the review scores back until a few hours before launch or same day of launch. The reviews started coming out, and of course it was a mixed bag. I figured all along it'd be a mixed bag. If you guys go back and listen to our discussions about the previews that had come out, especially Jez's preview, and I said, I'm pleasantly surprised at what Jez is saying from his preview build. But I'm like, if this game comes out polished with everything that team's been through and how many delays we've had, and again, the extenuating circumstances beyond anything else, I don't know if there's ever been another game made during any type of wartime active Warzone stuff. Like, I don't think so. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there was something during Desert Storm being made. I don't know in that part of the world, but this is crazy what this team went through, right? And so I was shocked by how Jez was saying that his preview was extremely polished and he was talking about game of the year quality. I was like, okay, if this game comes out polished on top of everything else, the fact that they're just putting out a complete game, if it comes out polished too, well, then I think this thing, looking at the Metro scores, I was saying potentially mid 80s, right? Maybe we won't have this divisive. And I said that I would imagine some reviewers would give the team extra credit for everything that they went through as well. Now, whether or not you think that's fair, again, with this type of situation that we've never really seen before that I can remember, like, I don't know how you can, as a human being, kind of give them a little extra credit. Nixie, I saw you make a comment earlier. As a consumer, as a gamer, of course, right? We can't excuse everything. This game is not beyond criticism just because of what the dev went through. No. I'm not talking about that. Yeah, absolutely. There's fair criticisms to be had because, again, like you said, if you're going to put out a game as a gamer, as somebody, even... Again, people like to think that Game Pass is free, but it's not free. We do pay for those games that are in there. That's our subscription service. Or if you're buying the game outright, you still expect a good product at the end of the day if they're going to release it to the public. I totally agree. And again, I think that there are fair criticisms to be made on any game, and especially in 2024, right? Where we've seen games completely forgiven by the reviewers for being broken, right? Jedi Survivor, right? Completely broken, given 10s, 9s across the board, even though the game is freaking really bad performance-wise. So again, this isn't just like GSC Game World, like went through extra special stuff, right? To even get the game out. So to expect a polished version of it, I was a little bit surprised that some of the previews were hinting that that was the case.
Right.
So when the reviews came out, and I started reading them, and you guys know me, I will read a lot of the bad ones, like the really bad ones, like VGC. There's questions to be had about VGC. I don't know if I want to do a journalism rant today or not, but VGC's article talking about Jedi Survivor, same reviewer on Jedi Survivor that reviewed Stalker 2, so we can't use that excuse, everybody. Oh, it's different people. It's different people. Same reviewer, 5 stars for Jedi Survivor, perfect score, and he gives Stalker 2, even though he said there's a good game here and I had a lot of fun, gives it a 2 out of 5.
I was going to say that was
experience. Okay, there's questions to be had there. Okay, again, consistency, that's a big part of journalism's problem these days, on top of everything else, is consistency. And when you see the same reviewer do that, I call bullshit. Anyways, so I started reviewing those, including the VGC article as well. And I started seeing that there was bugs. And obviously, it was a lot of different bugs, and people were having lots of different issues. Right? I went to ACG, one of my go-to guys. I know how he reviews. I love how he reviews. No bullshit. The dude knows what he's talking about, especially on the PC side of things and all that good stuff. He knows what he's talking about when it comes to reviewing. So I went through all of them. I went through the gambit. And there was a lot of common issues. Again, just like Cyberpunk, right? Common issues where I had to go, okay, this is probably something that is happening in the game. To me, it was what I was expecting, Steel. Because of what GSC went through, I knew there was going to be some bugs. I knew they weren't going to have the time.
It wasn't going to be perfect.
It wasn't going to be perfect. They weren't going to have the optimization levels to where, it could be if they had a perfect world for them.
Excuse.
Like, yeah, no, you're right. So I was cool. I was like, okay, well, this makes sense. Right. Again, the VGC one and a couple others really brought down the scores a little bit because they were so dramatic. Different. Right. So, but the fact that it still was in the 70s, again, to me, a 70 is a good game. I'm the old guy who still believes that when I see 70s, I don't think bad game. I think, oh, I've got a good shot at liking this game. So I was like, okay. And again, most bugs don't bother me. Right. Like they do other people. Right. So it doesn't ruin my experience if the game isn't perfect.
Right.
So again, I won't do reviews because my reviews would be way skewed compared to everybody's because I don't nitpick. So I was like, okay, cool, whatever. I wanted for the team to be better, but it's not. They're going to fix it. They're going to patch it. Everybody was talking about the day one patches. Some people said they had gotten to try it out. It was fixing some things. Some other people said it wasn't fixing enough things. I was like, okay, whatever. They're still already putting out a patch that is helping. I'm like, I'll judge it for myself as I always do. That's fine. Overall, I'm hearing though, throughout the reviews for the most part, Steel, people finding a really good game underneath. People really enjoying what they were playing. People, especially the people who had played S.T.A.L.K.E.R back in the day, going, "This is freaking S.T.A.L.K.E.R. Like this is good S.T.A.L.K.E.R stuff here. Side quests, consequences, decisions having to be made, meeting interesting NPCs, like all of that stuff." I was also reading throughout a lot of the reviews. So I was like, "Cool, GSC got it." Okay, so I haven't played on PC yet, by the way. I downloaded it, but I haven't played on PC. So all my 4 hours are on the Series X. I got 4 hours in now. So got home, played through the first hour, the first night, right? Deep into the prologue, hadn't finished the prologue in that first hour.
Quick, Paul.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because early game, just real quick, and hopefully I'm not messing up your thought process, but
no, go
real
ahead,
quick, I mean, because you're playing on Xbox, and I think that's really important detail for people, right? Because I heard on Xbox the game looks like shit. It's just a trash looking game.
Listen. Is there inconsistencies in the graphics? Yes, there is inconsistency in the graphics, of course.
Okay.
Again, this team didn't have time, right? Shadows through the windows on the walls don't look good. Like, again, it doesn't. But there are moments in this game where UE5 shines through. There are moments in this game where some of the lighting and some of the foliage and the...
How about your interaction with that first character? Didn't that look pretty good?
Yes, it did. It looked really
I thought
good.
so.
And again, people maybe have heard UE5 and thought, AAA. Again, there is a difference here in budget and team between the Metro team and this team. Metro is a freaking gorgeous game. Metro holds up to this day. You play Metro with the updates for the current gen, I put it side by side with most of the games out there today. 99% of the games, I put it side by side. Huge budget, big team, different. This was, like Steel said, an indie game, technically, AA if you want to go that far with it. They didn't have the budget, right? So, of course, I was never expecting it to be like, oh my God, drop dead just because it's in UE5. But there are moments here, Steel. The lighting, like I said, some of the foliage, traversing the world, those details are crazy good. Character models, hit or miss, of course. That's going to happen in any game where you have a bunch of NPCs. But over the top, or overall, so far, great details in the clothing, in the weapons, all of that. Like, there's really good detail
That's pretty good.
here.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know I have a hard time with what people set expectations as. I don't understand. All of us knew that the footage we were being shown was high-end PC shit. At no time did I think it was all Series X. Did they probably downgrade some of it? And again, I'm playing on performance, right? I'm playing on performance mode, which, again, I got VRR, so all the people out there going, oh, it's choppy. I've only had a couple dips that I've noticed because VRR saves games, okay? VRR is fantastic. But again, I'm playing performance mode. It's well above 30 consistently, well above 30. Like, it's smooth as hell, right? So, but for people who say it was downgraded, I'm sure they did through the process downgraded a little bit. Like, again, to get the game running smooth on Series X and Series S, and Series S supposedly is a pretty damn good experience too as far as graphically goes. I'm sure they probably did downgrade it. But again, why is this big shocking shit these days? Like, this is the other problem I have. Like, people act like they just pick and choose what games where they want to talk about this shit on. Like, whatever. Again, fair criticism is fair criticism. GSC is not above it just because of what they went through. They launched a game. We as consumers have every right to talk about what we like, what we like. But I looked at this game. I popped it in, had zero issues with the look, Steel. I think it looks great. There's moments where it looks fantastic, right? Overall, it's a good to great experience graphically. Sure, there are things I noticed. Like I said, shadows coming through the windows are awful. They're pixelated. They don't look good. Blah blah blah. They look fake as fuck. It's it's crazy because one minute you're looking out the window at this gorgeous scene with the sunset, and then you turn around and on the walls, it's got this pixelated mess of a reflection. The light coming through.
Yeah,
like,
and that's performance mode.
So, yeah. So anyway,
sacrifices you make.
Other than that, I had zero problems through my first hour, the first night. I had zero bugs. I had zero anything that I don't notice everything. Didn't notice any real pop in, anything like that. The people that were saying that they had problems with the sound of the weapons and also that there was this noticeable drift on the weapons, none of that either.
Well,
So-
they did come out and say that the apparently, because Jez actually made an article about it, and I just had it pulled up, but I changed the article. But apparently, no, it's actually right here. It says, notice how floaty Stalker 2 feels on Xbox. Don't worry, your controller isn't broken. GSC Game World confirmed that the dead zones are broken on Xbox, and they're currently patching it.
I have no problems.
That's fair.
I don't have any problems shooting. I don't have any problems with the sound being delayed like people were having. I don't have any. Again, this is when it's weird, Steel, but we know this. People can play on the same damn hardware and have totally different experiences, right?
Yeah.
And Cyberpunk 2077 is the greatest example of that. That Battlefield 2042 is another one. The shit that Mav was streaming that he had bug-wise on 2042, I had none of that shit on my Series X, right? So again, we've had these in this day and age, this does happen. So I just started going, okay, I'm having a great experience. First hour though, Steel, from a game standpoint, let me talk about the game because that's what's important.
Mm-hmm.
From a game and this is what people are actually finding out that are playing it. Again, we got the announcement they've already sold 1 million copies. PC players are loving it. Those are the original Stalker fans that are playing it over there. They are overall loving it. Again, over 100,000 per day concurrently on Steam. Huge numbers for that type of game. Again, those of us that are fans of Stalker are finding the game that they loved. So that's what's really important here. Did GSC bring the old Stalker feel back to this game? Absolutely. My first hour in, Steel, I was like, and again, I haven't played it in a very long time, but it's been stuck with me this entire time. Is this borderline horror for me? Where, yes, it is. I posted on X, I had a panic death out the gate in my first hour because I panicked. The first invisible bloodsucker again showed up and I fucking panicked. Like they are no joke.
They should be honest. They should be honest.
Yeah, they're no joke. Well, yeah, I have to. And again, it's a part of Stalker. Anybody who played Stalker, everybody online is like, yeah, for all the newbies playing, you're going to die a lot. You are going to die a lot.
Yeah, I've seen people talking about that. Yeah.
It's nonstop, and it's not something to be upset about. Like, it happens to the best of the best Stalker players because of how they do the AI, because of the types of monsters and entities that are in this game, along with the regular, mercenaries, soldiers, people that you meet. You're going to die, man. This is a survival game. It's borderline survival horror game, but it leans into survival. You have to eat every once in a while, right? You have to watch your radiation levels, right? You have to watch your ammo. You can't play this COD style. So my first hour in, though, Steel, even with the panic death, right? And there was moments like you where I was like, am I going to be able to do this? Or am I to that point in my life where even Stalker now I'm not able to get through it? I pushed through and I found the Stalker that I love just updated for 2024. And so I got through a large portion of the prologue, not all of it. Last night, we didn't have Xbox Ultimate, so I got home late last night. Wound up playing it for a couple more hours last night before bed.
Nice.
And a few more hours because I got 4 hours in now.
Okay, nice.
And,
nice.
Got through the prologue, got into the open world, let me tell you, this will summarize experience in Stalker completely. Love that the exploration is all there. Again, sometimes you're going to find nothing in these buildings or wherever you're climbing up towers, whatever the case may be. Sometimes you're going to find that extra bit of ammo. I also, if anybody wants a hint out the gate, okay, if you're going to start Stalker, during the prologue, okay, and I figured this out, and then I realized everybody online was talking about this. Kind of funny. During the prologue, towards the end of the prologue, and I'm not going to give spoilers, but towards the end of the prologue, it's going to be a building. There's going to be a safe in that building. If you want to give yourself an advantage, and there's nothing wrong with this, because, again, Stalker's on a different level.
Like that intentionally, yeah.
You're playing on Stalker or above the next level, above the hardest level. Again, I'm not doing that. I'm playing Stalker.
I'm playing on
level.
Stalker. Yeah, I put on
If
Stalker.
you're playing on Stalker or above, you need every advantage that you possibly can get for your experience. There's a safe. You can put some of your weapons and ammo in that safe. When the prologue, you get through the prologue, the story part of the prologue, it ends. You get to go back to that safe and carry those weapons over. Otherwise, you lose everything. Okay. I figured that out immediately because I knew where I was in the prologue, and I was like, okay, knowing Stalker, looked in the safe, got some stuff, and I'm like, let's put some shit away here just in case. Let's put some shit away because I was over encumbered anyways. I was way over encumbered. That's the other thing that you got to worry about in this game because that will kill you. But me being me, I save everything. Mm-hmm. So I put some shit away in the safe. Sure enough, prologue ended. And again, save scum in this game. There's no shame in save scumming, everybody. None. Zero. You can save scum in this game. Save scum. Had my save ready, everything else, figured it all out. Anyways, that'll give you an advantage with that save. So anyways, I got through the prologue, got out into the open world still, and started exploring. And you didn't even explore in the prologue. There's lots of little areas to find. Yeah. And I found a lot of shit. So anyways, I go through this cave, and I wind up, I'm starting heading towards the cave, and the cave's got anomalies in it. That's the other thing you guys will learn. Anomalies are deadly. If anybody did watch Reforge's video, absolutely fucking hilarious. How frustrated he got with the anomalies with the simple mechanic of throwing a bolt and it explodes the anomaly, whatever the anomaly is, and then you have a certain set amount of seconds to get through that area before it resets, right? It was funny as hell watching him try to figure this shit out. Again, some people I just don't believe have been gaming their whole entire life. Anyways, I get through this anomaly-filled cave, and all of a sudden I'm coming up in the cave entrance, and all of a sudden I hear gunfire breaking out, and I hear people yelling. This is the other great thing about Stalker. Like in Bethesda games, the randomness of the AI in the world is there. And you will have factions fighting each other within this world outside of you. You will have monsters attacking these factions outside of you. You can use this to your advantage. You can go around those situations if you're low on ammo or low on health and you don't have a lot of med packs or whatever. You can use those to your advantage. You want to use those to your advantage. So anyways, I get to the cave entrance. I hear all this gunfire. There's grenades being thrown. I can tell, even though I'm not wearing headphones, because again, this game is borderline for me and the headphones are going to do something different to me. So I just got on my TV. But I could tell it was above me, above the cave entrance, right? So I could hear the sound. I'm like, okay, we're going to see how this plays out. So I'm sitting at the cave entrance. I hear people dying. I hear gunfire back and forth. Sure enough, it starts to quiet down a little bit, right? So I know one side has won. Well, wouldn't you know it, Steel? Monsters start attacking this. Well, two of the monsters wind up running by the cave entrance. One of them sees me. Fuck. Now I got to go loud, right? Because now I got no choice. Things coming in the cave entrance. So I light that fucker up. Well, of course, now the factions know I'm here. So I hear them fighting the monster, but I also hear some of them saying, who's down there? Blah, blah, blah. They've got all that shit. I'm playing in Ukrainian, by the way. I would recommend that everybody play in Ukrainian with subtitles. I heard some of the English stuff. Some of the English acting, like Matt said, is really good. Some of it is terrible. The Ukrainian as far as emotional goes and as far as acting goes, even though I don't understand what they're saying besides the subtitles, is awesome. Okay. It's perfect. That's the way it should be. The original was all in Ukrainian. Okay. I play it like a JRPG, right? That's what I'm doing because it just makes sense. It's set in that land, right? It's set over there. So it just adds to it. So anyways, I can hear them yelling and I know they're yelling for me. So I kill the one monster, go loud. Now I'm hanging out. Now I'm just waiting. I hear them fighting the other monster. They chase the other monster down. The other monster winds up coming into the freaking cave at me. So then I light him up. Now I got a whole group of factions. I got 6 to 7 guys. I don't remember how many exactly it was. 6 to 7 guys surrounding this cave on top and below Steel. So now, thankfully, again, I got the advantage with my safe. I've got ammo. I've got weapons, right? So I'm okay. But now I got to play it. Now I got to play it out safe. So wind up killing the guys coming down at me, taking shots. Thank God I got enough med packs. I was bleeding. Thank God I got enough bandages. That's the other thing you got to be careful of. So I wind up taking the guys that hunt me down. Now I got 2 more guys chucking grenades at me from the top.
Okay.
Yeah, so I try to go out the cave. They chuck a freaking grenade. I got to run because in Stalker 2, it's not like Call of Duty where you get a grenade marker on your map telling you where the freaking grenade is. You got to judge where it's at. And you're not going to see it amongst the foliage, okay? It doesn't show up bright. They don't do any of that shit for you. So now I'm dodging grenades. Finally, get it to a point where I speed out of the cave, run around, get up to them, kill them both, right?
Okay.
Cool. Used about 5 med packs, about 3 or 4 bandages, Stalker experience, right? So I'm like, okay, cool. Looting bodies, right? Got to loot the bodies, got to get as much as I can. So I'm going around looting bodies. Wouldn't you know it? Fucking pack of dogs shows up. They heard the gunfire steel. All of a sudden I hear a howl in the distance. I'm like, you have got to be kidding me right now. Sure enough, here comes a pack of fucking nuclear dogs hunting me down, charging me. So now I got to deal with them. Yo, bro, this is the experience. This is the absolute experience of Stalker. It is deadly at any moment in time. It is just one of those games, but it feels so damn good when you get through it. And this was before I even got to the first town, Steel. This is just on my way to the town. So then I got to the town, picking up side missions, talking to NPCs. All of it is really good in town. I'll tell you guys this, Stalker newbies. I saw Tubabu, I think it was Tubabu talking about the, he was talking about the economy in this game. Again, this is set as a kind of hardcore survival game. So yes, Tubabu, if you can't fix every weapon, it doesn't make sense to fix your weapons all the damn time. It doesn't. You're going to come across them. You're going to find them in a lot.
You find more.
They have different levels. They have broken, completely broken, semi-broken, or good, right? Is basically what it is. If you fix a weapon, they're going to charge you more to fix that weapon than you can turn around and sell it for. Drop your broken weapons. Unless it is absolutely a rare weapon that you want to fix and mod out, don't worry about it. It's just dead weight at that point because they won't buy broken weapons. Steel is the thing, right? So completely broken weapons, they won't buy. They'll buy partially broken weapons or good weapons, but they won't buy those. Drop those. Those are dead weight, okay? Absolutely get rid of them. Pointless to have on you.
Yeah, that's kind of the point,
Yeah, and again, they want you to make decisions. So the economy, while I understand, Tubabu, that can be frustrating because they want to make you work to find money, to go do side missions, to earn money. It's one of those games, bro. They want you to work at it. Okay, they don't want it to be easy. They don't want you carrying around $1 million gold with nothing to spend it on because you bought everything at the store. They don't want that. And again, this game isn't going to be for everybody. This is not going to be one of those games where everybody jumps in and goes, oh my God, this is the greatest game. No, there's going to be a lot. I knew that out the gate. That's why I knew the reviews would be probably pretty mixed because it's just not going to hit for everybody like that. You got to be in a special headspace. But I got to say, now 4 hours in, Steel, 0 bugs, 0 crashes on Series X.
Okay.
I know Mav had one. He was actually playing the video. And so 0 crashes, 0 bugs, 0 time lost, 0 issues.
That's good.
Normal
That's
Stalker
really good.
experience, the Stalker experience that I wanted. This game is dope as fuck so far. Loving every minute of it so far. I can't wait to try it on PC. I'm going to try it on PC later this weekend.
Okay.
So I will have a report on the PC version as well.
Well, let me know because people said that it doesn't look any different, play any different from the console version. They said you're playing the exact same game on PC. Again, there's no visual differences. It doesn't feel any different.
Played on both, and he said there was a difference, like obviously, but he said that the Series X version looks great. It's fine. It's not.
Hey man, no man, there's no differences, man.
The version definitely looks better, but it's not like over the top difference, right? It's very comparable to each other, right? So I'll check it out for myself. I'll have a report next weekend. Sorry to be long-winded, but this is a game that I really was looking forward to. And despite what other people are saying, this is kind of a cyberpunk experience for me. I think that there has been some additional hate on it just because people take what some of the reviewers experience.
You
Again,
stupid
I'm not gonna
vandal.
take away, and they run with it and they dogpile a game. I'm just happy that the PC, the master race, the original Stalker fans are all showing up for this game.
Yeah,
and
it's
saying, no, this is a Stalker experience. jank is a part of the Stalker experience. Again, the PC people are the ones who are even going, did you guys really think this was going to be like AAA, that GSC was all of a sudden going to do this freaking, have this $200 million budget game? That's not what this game is. This falls in line with the original Stalker. Just in 2024, underneath Unreal Engine 5, it's really pure Stalker experience. And if you didn't play the original Stalker and you're coming to this new, yeah, you're going to see some of this shit. And you're going to go, what the fuck is this? Why is this way? Yeah, you're going to have some of that. Again, not every game needs to be made the same damn way. Not every game has to use the latest and greatest mechanics because that's what you expect out of a first-person shooter when they want to have you have additional challenges to the game. And if that winds up being that, it means it's not a game for you because you can't get past the inventory, you can't get past some of the stuff that you have to do in Stalker games, that's okay. And it's okay to say that you didn't appreciate that and it's just not a game for you, right?
Yeah.
That is, I'm cool with all of that. It's just the additional dogpiling from people who really never had an interest in this game, or because it's an Xbox currently exclusive game, or whatever the case may be. That's bullshit. The people that are really being clowns out here and really attacking the devs over this game for unfair reasons when they went through a war, when they lost, it's uncalled for as well.
Critique it, but
yeah, you can critique it, but again, I'm just talking about the clown show that's really going extra on this game because it's an Xbox exclusive right now. And also the people who think that Xbox and Microsoft had a say in when this game got released, please learn. Please understand the situation. They had no say. They would have been fine with GSC Game World continuing to delay this game. But let's be real, GSC Game World at this point is probably running out of money. Xbox and Microsoft helped them out. We know that in the background, but they probably were running out of money and probably had to get this game out the door. And it probably got to that point where they couldn't delay it anymore. And I want GSC Game World to continue to survive and exist because they've now established that Stalker still has a place in this industry in 2024, which is freaking awesome to me. I want DLC. I want them to get the PS5 version done so that the PlayStation fans can go experience Stalker 2, because I think this is a unique game that is different enough from the other half of their other team back in the day, Metro series, to stand on its own. And I think it's showing that. And I'm happy about that shit. So hopefully what's going on over there in Ukraine is about to be over with here shortly if we don't get, WW3, because some people are crazy and evil in this world and want it. Let's hope that doesn't happen, and let's hope that that ends soon and that team can all get back together under normal conditions and move forward on Stalker 2, what they've started here, get us some DLC, maybe start working on Stalker 3, because obviously sales-wise, they're proving that this is a hit, over 1 million sold already. I want this to continue to exist, and I want GSC to do their thing going forward in the future. I'm so happy that Stalker 2 is back. Sorry again, I'm long-winded.
Yeah, flesh it out.
Man, I really love this experience. So, Steel, tell me about your 30-minute Stalker experience. And you hinted at it, but go ahead. Talk to us.
Yeah, I mean, just to give you some more backup on what you're talking about, I was looking at Stalker 2 Heart of Chernobyl on Steam. Currently, it's rated at a mostly positive. This is at almost 24,000 user reviews. Again, it's a good thing, man. It's speaking to the right audience. I mean, again, the low 70 that it has for a console, or just on it that it has for Metacritic, I should say, overall, it looks like the audience that the game was intended for is happy with, for the most part, with what the game is putting forth. And again, you do have to take real life into consideration with what is happening in this game. And again, do keep in perspective that it technically, well, I wouldn't even say technically, it is an indie game, right? By all means. But
real quick on Open Critic, which takes everything in, everything, 60 critic reviews, it is a 76 average. So it is, that's decent. Like I said, had it been anywhere near like polished when everybody played it, this would have easily been a mid-80s game. Like, again, that shows that the underlying game itself, to me, again, it's my opinion, obviously, we don't know the future, but I'm just saying, to me, that shows that the game that's there is really, really freaking good.
It's solid.
It's solid. Out. Yes. Yeah.
It's solid. Yeah. It's going to be one of those that's only going to get better over time. Again, I'm pretty sure that part of them finally releasing this game as well is to also help recoup some of is for them to get some money in, right? You can't continue to work on something forever without you ever seeing a return on investment, especially now that you also have a deal with Microsoft. You need to get some bread in. You need to make sure that people can get paid. You need to make sure that your devs are taken care of. And again, there's just so many other real life things that are a part of this game being created. Again, these people went through a literal war in Ukraine and still develop this game, right? This was a game that helped them find that happy place when they didn't have a happy place, right? And when you take those things into consideration, it is just impressive that this game is even releasing in the first place. By all means, this game should have just never been made, right? As soon as they got to a certain point, things broke out the way that they did. Again, I don't know how many other dev teams or how many other people would have been strong enough to say, you know what, we still want to do this. So again, that's neither here or there. Nixie says sale of the game will help buy more missiles. Nixie, I'm at Live in Split Screen. We don't do the political stuff. We do keep an open conversation, whatnot, but I don't necessarily think that that's the case, and things aren't just that black and white. I just want the devs for them to get proper support. I get what you're doing, but let's try to keep it from getting too political, whatever, and just have an open conversation about what's going on, man. So, but anyway, to get back into my 30-minute experience with S.T.A.L.K.E.R, right? I don't have the 4 hours of experience. Me putting very minimal time in a game is something that is very rare, right? Especially something if I felt like, I have some interest, I want to try it out, see what it's hitting for, and kind of go from there. So I'll tell you like this. Starting the game up, I did have one issue on PC. And when it was loading into like that initial, I would say cutscene, but he's driving through the forest or whatever, there was a character that was walking on screen that was stuck in place. Like it was on a top-down view. You could see somebody was walking through this field or whatever the case. The character was they were rubber banding is the best word that I can explain it. They would walk and then they get pulled back, walk and then get pulled back, and you could see it. Now, again, it was something really, it wasn't that one character. It was like one random thing, somebody walking. It was just something I noticed. I was like, oh, okay. But everything else that was going on, the driving, him going through the woods, the kind of cut scene that they had, leading up to the moment of you hopping out of the truck. Well, technically you don't hop out the truck, but there's something that ends up happening that kind of forces you to get out of the truck. But up to that moment, I felt like looked pretty darn good, man. Especially when you have that interaction with that first NPC. I can't recall what his name is or whichever, but I even from that perspective, I felt like it was designed pretty well. Like it looked good, right? I didn't like when I didn't jump into the experience and get to that point and feel like, man, this game is just ugly. Oh, it's not visually pleasing or whatever the case. I wasn't thinking much about that. But as you progress and you get into the tunnels or whatever this area is, right? You're getting through, getting past the gate or the wall, whatever that is. And then you get into this tunnel area and everything. The game gets very spooky is one of the better ways than I can explain it. It gives you this feel, these dark, creepy vibes, right? And everything that I've heard about S.T.A.L.K.E.R previously kind of hinted at that. Again, this was probably something that was going to carry on into the next game, but it gives you, as I was progressing through this initial area, and I'm talking about like right after you get out of the truck, he tells you, hey, take this device, walk through this area, whatever, and you get into this tunnel space and whatnot. Before you get to the electric ball or whatever that is, an electric anomaly that you run into. There was just, because I like to search in my games, right? I like to walk around, find and see if there's anything that I can find and stuff like that. it didn't tell me how to turn on my flashlight, so that threw me off in the beginning as well. I was like, damn, I can't. I was walking into these dark areas and I was like, bro, I literally cannot see where I'm going. I don't know what is happening. It's super dark out here. It's low-key creeping me the fuck out. Yo, there might be some other creepy stuff. Again, I've seen the trailers, bro, so I know what's possible. And I feel like, and I felt like they were going to do some things in the early game to kind of make you feel away, right? Or to pop out at you, to kind of set the tempo for what this game is going to do. Well, the only thing that I really found that was scary was that electric ball, which it did end up killing me because I wanted to see if I could like run away from it, but it tracks you. So I was like, okay, and I wasn't expecting that. I wasn't expecting for it to follow me. If it sees you, kind of a thing. So that threw me off, but I did end up dying by it or whatever. That didn't bother me. I was like, oh, okay, I don't need to mess with that. I just need to get through this area. So I walked through all this, and I have my feelings, right? I'm already feeling kind of antsy and kind of feeling weird because it's really gloomy. I don't know how to turn my flashlight on. I did end up figuring it out. I just started pressing buttons. I was like, oh, well, okay, this is how I turn my flashlight on. Great. I think I'm good now. It's not as dark. I feel a little bit better because before I found out how to turn my flashlight on, I was like, bro, I don't think I'm gonna make it out of this area. I just don't. I can't see nothing. I don't know where I'm going. I feel like something's gonna pop out at me. I already got killed by an electric ball. There has to be something else that is. I feel like they're leading me up to something. Okay. That nothing ended up popping out. We get through this area, and then you get to your step out moment, right, where you get into like the field or whatever. And I thought that was cool. It gets to that moment. It looks good. The foliage looks good. And, I was like, okay, well, maybe this is something I can get into. I played Fallout. They gave me some of those feels. Mind you, I did play Fallout in third person. So, and typically when you play games in third person, it does give you a different feeling than it does when you're in first person. But nonetheless, I get into this open field. I'm looking around. There's stuff going on in the background. I'm like, oh man, okay, well, let's start traversing. I'm gonna pick a direction. I'm gonna just start heading this way. So I start walking out there and I see this, I believe it was a building, this little building that like one of the first things that you kind of see. And I want to go look at it. This fucking meatball monster with 2 legs comes from fucking out of nowhere. This meatball dog monster, whatever the fuck that it is, bro.
They are meatballs. It's fucking hilarious. So.
It came out of nowhere.
That's what was attacking me in the cave, by the way.
Okay, that's what it was.
2 meatballs. Yeah.
Yes. Whatever this fucking meatball monster thing was, it was creepy looking, but I was like, no, you know what? No, it wasn't that big of a deal, right? I was like, okay, it's weird looking, but in comparative to how I was feeling up to this point, I was like, okay, this is just one of those monsters, man. It's cool. It's a little monster, not a big deal. Mind you, by this point, I picked up 2 guns. I believe one was an AK, and I forgot what the other one was. And I had a pistol as well and a dagger, or the knife that they allow you to use. So I got my knife out because I'm like, oh man, I'm limited on ammo. I don't really want to use it because I know, again, I'm trying to take Pong's advice that he told me before. Some of the things that I peeped out about S.T.A.L.K.E.R 1, and I was like, all right, so let me conserve a little bit. So I got my knife out, right? This little meatball thing tries to attack me. Okay, I back out. I back up. It misses. I try to melee it. Nothing happens. I was like, okay. It kind of, because it's not like it attacks you and then kind of turns around immediately. It like kind of runs by you, kind of a thing, right? If it misses, it takes it a second for it to turn around and come back at you. So I'm like, all right, well, bet. It turns around, tries to run back at me again. I got my knife out still, and I'm like, oh, I want to see if I can melee this thing, right? It's an early monster. I got to be able to hit it, right? So I go to fucking melee it again. It doesn't do a goddamn thing. I'm like, okay. So I'm like, all right, cool, fine. Yes. So the dagger's not going to do anything. The knife isn't going to do anything to this thing. Cool, that's fine. So I pull up my pistol. All right, I start fucking unloading on this thing. Dude, just going crazy. Just unload the whole clip on it. Great. It didn't die, right? What ended up happening is, needless to say, it fucking killed me. I said, what the number one thing that bothered me the most by it is, and again, I know it's because of more so what modern games have done, and even Call of Duty doesn't have something like this. but the game makes me feel like, especially with how the monster was attacking me, because again, when I had my knife out initially, I was trying to go toe to toe with it at first, right? So I felt like something was missing, especially after playing a game like Dying Light as an example, where you can kind of dodge to the side a little bit or whatever. Where I was like, damn, man, like the way that it's attacking me, why can't I sidestep and hit it or whatever the case, kind of feel it out and see what I can or can't do, or what I can and cannot get away with. That was a turnoff for me. I was like, okay, well, I can't like reposition myself so I can attack this thing or whatever the case. Like I was trying to run around and it was like I was like, okay, cool. So I was like, whatever. So up to the point of me pulling my gun out, unloading on, or pulling my pistol out, unloading on this thing. Again, needless to say, it ended up killing me. I said, you know what? This game ain't for me, man. It just ain't for me, man. You know, I ended up uninstalling the game. I was like, yep, I think I'll pass. I think I'll be all right. I just the way that the game was making me feel, and I know that it's going to get worse in certain moments. The fucking meatball monster made me put the game down. And mind you,
I thought for sure it was gonna be the bloodsucker. I thought for sure the story was gonna end with the bloodsucker.
No,
not the fucking meatball, bro.
The meatball did it to me. The meatball, the fact that I couldn't strafe this meatball thing and I knifed it 6 times and nothing happened, and I unloaded my pistol on it and nothing still happened. I was like, bro, this is like the first monster that I encounter outside the fucking electric ball thing, and I just died. I just was unmotivated.
I was to be the one, bro. I was
unmotivated.
I tell you to conserve ammo, but again, monsters, yeah, you gotta unload the AK, bro. The AK-47U takes care of them. Like in half.
I didn't pull out the AK. I pulled out the pistol. I unloaded the pistol. The pistol didn't kill him. I felt the way. I didn't know what else to do. And I could have loaded the game back up and tried again, but again, it was one of those things to where I wasn't feeling it. Okay. Right. I don't give a negative mark to the game for that, or think that it makes me feel some type of way. But like Crow was kind of mentioning, it did make me feel in that moment like, why is this monster taking this much damage? Like, why is it taking this much damage? Like, it didn't make sense to me as a gamer playing it. It felt off to me, right? Especially for this little meatball thing that I felt like maybe I could have meleeed a couple times. And again, if my melee don't work, then cool. But if I unload my pistol on it, at least I think it would kill it. And it didn't. And that did make me feel a way. Now, I don't hate the game per se. And this is a game that potentially, as mods come out and whatnot, that I do potentially jump back into and maybe try later on. Again, I can also honestly say that maybe I just wasn't in the right headspace for it at that moment. And again, when you have other games that you are interested in playing, that does have an effect on, hey, do I want to dedicate more time to this, learn this game, get decent at this game, and this be the game that I'm going to play for X amount of time, right? Because even if I ended up playing Stalker for 10 hours, I do still intend to go back and play, well, not even go back, but continue my Monster Hunter World to Wilds journey, right? So it's like at some point I would have to put the game down again anyway, and then I got to come back and relearn the game and go from there. So I felt like the point that I left off at was a good leave off point, right? If there was one I was going to pick, where it's very early on in the game, I didn't get to finish the prologue out. So by the time I do jump back in, the last thing I'm going to remember is me dying to a meatball. So I know that at that point now, and Paul telling me, because I was going to be my next step. I was going to load back in, unload that, use my AK, shoot it with the AK, see how much that worked. Mm-hmm. Now, I didn't feel like the pistol sounded weird or shot weird. I honestly took it as, oh, this is the beginning of the game. This is just how this feels, right? So I don't have any negative marks on it outside of, hey, I felt like me trying to melee this meatball thing should have been a little bit better, or should have went a little bit better than it did. And again, for perspective, I am the Souls dude. I like difficult games, right? So it's not the difficulty of the game that turned me off. It is more so the, okay, how am I really going to play this game? And in that moment, I can be very real with myself and say, no, I'm not going to have this in my rotation. So I uninstalled it. And again, it's not a negative mark to the game. I don't feel down about it. I don't hate the game all of a sudden, none of that. But the creepy vibes, knowing that it is going to become worse. There are going to be much more of those moments. And again, like, people can say that, oh, well, you're soft, Steel. You're like, oh, you can't handle something. Hey, great. Call it whatever you want to call it, bro. Like, that stuff, I do have experience in real life with paranormal shit. And whether you believe that or not, it's completely up to you. When you got headphones on, you're in that experience, the way that the game makes you feel, especially as going through those tunnels and everything in the beginning, I was already feeling extremely tense, right? And then I get to this moment, this breakout moment, and I have this interaction with this meatball. Things don't go the way that I want them to. And it's like, oh okay, I see where this is kind of going. So, that's essentially what ended up being part of that experience. And again, that was my 30 minutes with S.T.A.L.K.E.R. I thought it was extremely interesting, at least the presentation, but it seemed like it is a pretty damn solid game, man. And Seth Lord says, "Still just get good." Hey, man, I do just got to see. I'm not one of those people that will tell you, "No, man, you can't tell me to get good." Yeah, I do have to get good. I've never.
I was last minute
what
laughing at Jasper. He said, "You ever try stabbing a bear to death? Bear is gonna win." Pretty much what you do. That's what you're trying to do.
But it was a meatball, man. I didn't consider the meatball to be a bear. Like,
oh, I'm just sad you didn't get to the bloodsucker, because I thought
I didn't get to the
bloodsucker was it. I thought that I imagined you just turning it off and going, yeah, no, we're done. Because like
that probably would have happened. That probably would have happened.
Yeah,
because if it's the way that you described it,
they turn invisible. They turn invisible, and then they're on you, and you got to look for the waiver in the air to know where they're at any given moment.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
Oh yeah, and then you hear them too, obviously.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, would have been a much better story if I would have got to that point. But no, hey, laugh at me, like Decado said, S.T.A.L.K.E.R 2, Steel versus Meatball expansion. Yay! They got to do something. They got to do something like that, because yeah, man, I couldn't get to it. And Tim says no meatballs in Alien Isolation still. Yeah, I'm telling you, you want me to die. I'm telling you, you want me to have a heart attack. I'm telling you, that's what's going to happen. I don't do well with that stuff, man. I just don't.
Nick, see, I can play certain Resident Evils. Like I said, I plan on going back and playing Resident Evil 4 at some point. The remake. Just some of them, there's no way in hell you're not getting me to play RE7. I mean, actually RE7, I probably could. What was the one?
It's third person now, I think. No, or is that RE8?
Which is the one with the house, where you're in the house with the.
I thought that was. I think.
Is that 7? No, because 7 is Village, isn't it? And Village is not that one. Anyways,
I don't remember.
Or is RE8? Oh no, RE8 is Village, right? So RE7, I think, is the one with the house, right? I will never play the one in the house. Like, you're not going to get me to play that ever. RE is on the borderline. And the big thing is because, again, S.T.A.L.K.E.R gives me AK fucking 47s. Okay. I get MP5s in S.T.A.L.K.E.R. I get grenades in S.T.A.L.K.E.R, like, out the gate. Like, you give me heavy weapons, even with limited ammo. And in the S.T.A.L.K.E.R, I explore everywhere, so actually I have more ammo than a lot of people will carry in S.T.A.L.K.E.R because I will explore everywhere and find as much ammo as possible. I'm okay. Like that again, there was borderline, the bloodsucker. I was like, can I do this? Because I was panicking, right? And then I had to go into the mode where I used some strategy and got him inside of a building where I could deal with him a little bit better, because out in the open, they're all over you. And I know I'm not going to have that option. There's going to be times in S.T.A.L.K.E.R where I'm going to be out in the open. Even the dogs were messing with me because of how they hunt you in a pack, and they spread out Steel. They don't come at you like a normal game. Like, again, the AI, for people complain about the AI, sometimes it's janky, sometimes it's not. When the AI is working, those packs of dogs will hunt you. They spread out Steel. You watch them. They run up, and then they spread out like wolves, and they come at you from different sides. So you have to be ready on all sides. Like there are moments where I'm like, I don't know if I can do this one, but for right now, I'm good. So if I get to that point, I'll let you guys know. But yeah, RE is a different level because I don't get the heavy weapons out the gate.
Yeah,
And I'm limited.
RE7, from what I've seen from RE, if I'm thinking about the right one, again, where they have some of those darker and scary moments as well, especially I may be thinking of the new one, Village, where it has like the mannequins and shit in there that are chasing after you. You know, the mannequins and even Call of Duty Black Ops 6 made me feel the way. I'm not even gonna lie to you.
I think there's a
Is that 7?
I think that's 7.
That has a
dollhouse? Or 8 with Village.
Yeah, whichever one that it is that has a dollhouse that every time that you turn around, the dolls start moving and start they get closer and closer to you. That gives me anxiety.
Okay. Did it give you anxiety in Call of Duty?
It was, once I found out the trick in Call of Duty, it didn't bother me as much. But even that, the thought of them even moving when I'm not looking was it gave me it gives me paranoia. I don't like that shit. I can't.
8. He says that's 8. The dollhouse.
Okay, that was 8. Yeah. That shit gives me paranoia, man. Like it gives me anxiety, makes me feel away. I will put down the controller and I would turn that shit off. I can't do it. Hey, take it for what you want. I know it for sure. It's a B thing, but it is what it is, man. But yeah, man. I mean, again, nothing negative against Stalker or Microsoft Flight Sim 2024. I think both games are solid experiences and will only continue to get better over time. And maybe I do end up returning to Stalker at some point. But again, I also don't want to get a jump by a bloodsucker from out of nowhere from how Pong's explaining it. Because if that's what happens, if I return the game and that's what happens, and Stalker isn't a small game either, it's a 150 gig plus game. If I reinstall this game and that's what happens, and I end up turning the game off anyway and say, nope. And I know that it's going to get worse. There's other things, other monsters, other aberrations and anomalies that you're going to run into. Fahim, yeah, Lady D's daughters are scary. I don't want it, bro. The thought of somebody hunting you down makes me feel away. Like actively hunting you down it makes me feel away. I can be honest about that. It is what it is. But yeah, man. So interesting nonetheless, but those were the two that I jumped into this week. Hadn't jumped into anything else. I just been kind of looking what everybody else has been jumping into, how other people have been feeling about Stalker, taking in information from other places. Again, I've heard things at least about Stalker to the point where some people were saying that Stalker's is just overly too easy. You get too many med packs, too many bandages, too much ammo. You get too many things to be able to help you in the game. I don't know whether that's true or not, because I also hear the opposite side where, again, people are talking about fixing weapons and you don't have enough and it is crucial. So I'm hearing varying things, especially about Stalker, and whether one side is true or not, maybe they are playing on easy mode Decado. That could be very well a possibility. Again, that's usually what ends up being the case for those situations. They said that they weren't, right? Again, you can only take people at their word and what they say. But when people were saying that, oh man, I don't see how people are having a problem with Stalker, or why people saying the game is hard. They were saying that, it's GDC did really bad with the difficulty in the game, and the AI isn't done well, and it just feels kind of generic in that way. I was like, I don't know. I didn't necessarily. I mean, again, I died by a meatball, so I can't talk. I can't say anything to anybody.
The AI, I will say, does use some cheap tactics that we've seen in plenty of games, right? Still, if they will see you at points and notice you at points where they probably shouldn't, right? Like really far away. Like they know, even if you're crouched, even if you're sneaking, they will all of a sudden be like, start yelling, and they'll just start firing at you from long range. And there's no way they saw me. Like I'm down, crouched down in, bushes or foliage or whatever, and they actually see it. There are some tactics where it is cheap like that, but overall, the AI is has its moments where it really shines and it's really good.
Mhm.
Right. And of course, again, I don't mind dumb AI. Like it doesn't bother me. It doesn't pull me out of the game. Some people are really sensitive to it, and it is what it is. And there are certainly times where you go, that's dumb AI. But overall, I think it's just fine. It's just fine. It works. And sometimes it's really tough. Like I said, the dogs really do, circle you. And it's a problem. It's a problem.
The only thing that I have found to be consistent is the conversation about the economy in Stalker. Again, for better or for worse, again, there probably is an issue with that from how I've seen people talk about it. But again, I also understand, and again, I haven't even got that far in the game, but even for me, I was of the understanding that I was going to be kind of swapping through weapons, right? Until maybe I find a gun later on, maybe I customize my first gun, maybe put some attachments on it or something like that. Then that's when you start considering maybe repairing weapons and stuff. So I didn't necessarily take that consideration, but to Kumi's point, because he was saying he found a Reddit of people talking about the broken economy in the game. And I mean, again, there is a mod for it. And usually when there are mods for certain things in games, that does give me, at least for me, give me a little bit of an idea of some issues that people may be having, where people may feel it's a slightly unbalanced. But again, the game did just come out. So it's very difficult, unless you're somebody who's already put 100 hours into Stalker, to say that, oh yeah, or to agree just with people that say that, oh man, the economy is completely broken, right? It just, that is a little weird, can come across a little bit strange. But again, if people have that time in there, then it is what it is. Sanchez.
And if that's the case too,
Go ahead.
Babu, if there are supposedly stalker peers complaining about the economy, I guess maybe I'm not remembering the original economy the way that I thought it was. And maybe it's just me because I'm used to JRPG economies, which are the same, where they give you shit for magic weapons. Like you show up with a super powerful magic weapon, they're like 5 gold pieces. It's like, what? But maybe it's just me. It just adds to it. So I don't know. Maybe I'm not deep enough in the game where it's become a problem, because out the gate, I've already had plenty of money for everything that I've needed.
Okay.
And like I said, I've been dropping broken weapons because I know they're just dead weight because they're not going to buy them for me. And I know they're not worth fixing. So I guess maybe I'll get to a point where I do say that there's an issue where I'm not finding enough gold to keep up to, buy certain things that I need. But right now I'm not seeing it out the gate initially. So I kind of get what they're going for, but maybe there is a real problem. So I guess I'm not going to say that there's not a problem if that many people are saying something.
Yeah, I mean, there seems to be some consistency in that, because I mean, you got to repair armor. I know the armor you're not supposed to necessarily keep forever either.
No.
You're supposed to be swapping through armor as well. But again, I am the extreme casual when it comes to Stalker. I never played the original game, so I was jumping into the next game again because of everything that GSC Game World has been through to create this game. I just wanted to give it its proper dues, and again, because of also the headspace and other games that I have on my palette, I've always been very honest with y'all about that, or just anybody, just how I perceive and my perception on things. If I'm already in a place of other games that have my attention or other games that I would rather be playing, it makes it very difficult for a game that I've never played before, don't have experience with, to come in and kind of take that place, right? In the place of those other games. So, and Vandal, I keep seeing you being petty in there. Real quick, Vandal says, I'm just tired of the Eastern European food shoved down my throat. You know what I mean? You're so stupid. And I also saw your comments about why are there no black people in fucking Stalker. You're so fucking stupid, bro. I know you're just being petty. I know you're just being funny with saying it. I know you don't literally mean that. It's just funny see what you were saying in there. Because I saw you making those slight remarks. I was fucking sitting there chuckling about shit. Brett Bingham does say in chat, also depends on your technical know-how still. The green ammo boxes have to be meleeed for you to pick up the ammo, and same for health boxes. Yeah, I didn't even get that far. So hey, it is what it is. Nixie says it tends to be the people that put 60 hours in 3 days that are the most vocal. But again, those are the people that they obviously are enjoying themselves. They're going to be the ones that are further into the game. Again, if they choose to know life, they know life. If anything, you just kind of get the experience from them. I will say the other thing that I thought was interesting about Stalker, it is also, we're talking about a little bit about exposing people for the type of gamers that they are, right? And seeing people complain about Stalker not telling you how to handle certain situations or what to do in certain situations, I thought that was kind of the point, though, right? When you are in a open world survival game, I mean, again, this isn't Ark, right? This isn't I'm trying to think of another fucking open world fucking survival game. I mean, I don't play many of them, so I wouldn't be the best to go to, but I wasn't coming to this game expecting for the game to hold my hand. Again, from everything that I've heard, this game is it can be a difficult game. You're not meant to, again, I used the example at the beginning of the stream. Yes. There's supposed to be a lot of trial and error. I was hearing people say that, hey, how am I supposed to know how to handle a certain type of anomaly or a certain type of monster or a certain type of this, and considering it bad game design even. And them saying, excuse me, that, oh, well, if I got to go online to figure out how to handle something, that's just bad. That's just poor design. And it's like, well, maybe the game isn't intentionally supposed to be obvious, right? Maybe it's not obvious that to deal with this anomaly in this fish boat or whatever, this shipwreck or whatever they were talking about, that you got to go upstairs and turn on a radio or whatever to help deal with this anomaly. Maybe that's not super obvious to you, and maybe that's not something that you know about. But maybe if you do enough looking around and maybe you end up seeing this radio, you fiddle with it and you notice that the anomaly stops messing with you, right? I thought that was supposed to be part of the experience, right? So I don't necessarily see how that's a negative. And I'm also one of those people that, like, again, people say that the Dark Souls games, Elden Ring, are these super convoluted games where, oh, well, you got to look up stuff online to figure out how to do A, B, C things. And there is, I can understand why people say that, but I also know that people, like in an example of just Souls games, because I do have more experience with those, people don't read the items that they fucking pick up. Like, the item that you pick up could literally tell you what exactly it's used for. And people will beat a whole entire game and be like, oh man, I didn't even know that's what it was for. Even though in the item description, it tells you, yeah, man, you use this, you pop this, you put this on the floor. Oh, it holds the enemy in place. And now you can do all the damage you want to them. They're like, oh, well, I didn't even know. I had a difficult time with that boss. I didn't even know that was a mechanic. I picked it up and it didn't say anything. No, man, because sometimes it's a trial and error thing. Maybe you die a lot of times and you look into your inventory and you find out that the thing that you just picked up could be used in the situation that you're in or whichever. So I think that just adds on to the level of the game for me. So again, it's going to be different for different people. People are going to have their experiences with it. And I do think that this is one of those games, and why there's going to be a lot of content made about this game as well, because there are people who don't know a lot of things, and there are people who are going to meet those areas and want to possibly find out how to beat this area, how to get through it or whatever. And again, I've done it too. Again, if I want to get through a game and get everything the first time and not have to replay the game, I can be honest with myself and say, yeah, I'm gonna look it up real quick, find out what I need to do to get this stuff. You know what I mean? But I don't take that away from the game not telling me. It's more so like I did it with Black Myth, right? There were certain areas in Black Myth Wukong where I knew that there were other things in the area, and I said, you know what? Let me look something. I feel like I got everything in the area that I could find. What else is here? And then you find other things. You're like, oh, okay, damn, I didn't know if I went that way, or maybe I tried to go back and I ended up traversing the same path a couple times, or whatever the case. I don't use that as negative knocks against the game. And I did see a good bit of that happening as well. So again, I know that was something I was joking about in the beginning. Hey, whether you're a game designer or just an average ass game player, take the experience in for what you can get from it, and then kind of go from there, man. So.
Steel, I sent you a bloodsucker video, by the way, of somebody experiencing it for the first time. One of them.
Let's see. Yeah. Would you send it in a DM?
Yeah, I sent it in a DM. Dude was streaming. dude was streaming, and his reaction is funny as shit because it's about what everybody goes through. Because I saw Fuzzy posted too last night because he said, "Fuck this guy."
Fuzzy posted it up as well.
Yeah, Fuzzy posted it. He said, "Fuck this guy." It's funny as hell.
Yeah, that's definitely slightly creep. That's definitely slightly creep. It's not as bad as I thought it was going to be, especially with him being invisible. Again, he's invisible. I don't think it's necessarily terrible. As far as
he
that
goes around though, and it's figuring out that you got to shoot him while he's invisible. Like it's just that he can appear anywhere on you, like out of the blue, and it doesn't. It's only 2 or 3 hits, and you're done. Like it's over with. Like that's how quick he kills you. So
yeah, but that's fair, and maybe that would have been something that would have caused me to put the game down as well. But hey, it's all figurative. If you're enjoying Stalker, that's super dope. Let me know how you are continuing to enjoy it, or if you don't, in the comments below, man, and let's continue to have a conversation about it. So again, I'm interested to hear people. So.
What else you been playing? You been playing anything else? I see Halo, third-person Halo. What the hell is
this? This gameplay is probably over a month old. Yeah, it's probably over a month old.
Was this the official release, or was this before?
This is a mod. This is for Halo 2. Yeah, it's a Halo 2 third-person co-op mod. Halo 2 third-person mod. It was me and my brother playing on a Legendary because we were going back through the Halo games, playing them all in third person. And yeah, this is Halo 2. Anniversary edition being played in third person. So yeah, and that's something we did some it's probably been longer than a month ago now. No, it's probably been about a month. But yeah, I mean, but that happened some time ago. I recorded some gameplay of us getting it in and whatnot. But yeah, other than that, this week I literally have not played anything else. I wish I could have, but again, headspace, the things going on behind the scenes. I just wasn't in the space for it, and I mainly been wanting to jump back into Monster Hunter, man. So that's been the main thing that's been on my mind. I hadn't even played any Call of Duty. I loaded it up. I thought about it, but I didn't end up running any games or anything. So yeah, man. I mean, that's pretty much been what's happening this week. I just been listening to other people talk about games, see how they're feeling about stuff, and that's pretty much it. So
cool. That's good. I'm glad at least you got to try both of those games though and figure out for yourself. So like I told you,
it's important.
Like I told you in the DMs, kind of clears space for you to continue your Monster Hunter run anyways and all that good shit.
It does. And now it even clears more space because PoE now is right around the corner as well, which I mean, we can definitely dive into that, but let's shout out the chat first before we shout out to the chat,
and then we'll get into it, man, for sure. Listen, y'all, nice long intro this morning for you all, talking about games, as we like to do here. So thank you all for joining us. Again, sorry we got so long-winded on Stalker 2, but it is a big release, and again, for me, it's a really exciting release, and I've been waiting on it for a while, and I'm pleasantly not pleasantly surprised, but I'm extremely happy with how it's turned out so far. So hope you all enjoyed the Stalker 2 conversation. Maybe some of you will jump into it now. I hope you do, because it is an experience and it's something that you should try just to see if it is something for you, or like Steel, it is not for you. One of those two. Anyways, let's get to the chat. Ghost Fixers, what goes on? Yes, 2 hours is the intro. Yes, Ghost Fixer. That's what we do around here sometimes. A lot of days we do that around here. God Emperor Sofa King, what's going on? He says, on the broken weapons, don't chuck them, put them in a stash. If they're worth fixing for coupons. Correct. If they're worth fixing, that's what I said. Much of the stuff you're going to find plenty of those kind, like, the boomstick, right? The double barrel shotgun. You're going to find a lot of that, God Emperor. So it's not worth the wait to hold on to or the fix them cost wise. But yes, if you find something that you want to mod out, that you think is going to be a weapon that you want to use, that you don't see all the time, absolutely keep it. That's what I said early on. It's a good call, God Emperor, for sure. Let's see. We got the one and only Staccato is in here. What are you laughing at?
Ghost Fixer says 2 hours is the intro.
Yeah, that's what I said. That's why I shouted out. I said, yes, that's how we roll.
It's also, we actually talked about stuff too. So.
Yes, that's what we do. Jez and Rand are the ones that do that too, right? They will just go off in the middle of their intro, right? And they just talk. And that's what S.T.A.L.K.E.R and I were heavily influenced by Rand and Jez. We didn't plan it that way, but that's when we said, well, shit, if they can do it, we can do it. If we feel like we're going to talk about games for 2 hours to start the show, then we're going to talk about games. If we're going to talk about a different subject off the rip that we didn't know we were going to talk about, which you guys know has happened here because you guys in the chat have brought stuff up, we're going to do that. It is what it is, man. Again, free flow.
And again, if we were definitely more of a structured show, then it probably would definitely be different, right? If we were like, oh man, we got a guaranteed time to talk about ABC things. It's just, I mean, we do 4-hour plus episodes, man. So hey, call it what it is. Hey, and why so serious? Hey, I feel you, but yeah, that's not that's like Voldemort. To me.
Oh, so. Whoa. Why? So serious is it here? What's going on? Why? We got the Wilfrey Rosario. He said, I heard the broken guns can be sold further down the line. Also, they have Starfield mechanic where you drop the items and they are still there when you come back. Yeah, don't trust that persistent world quite yet. I've already had some things disappear on me. Technically speaking, it's supposed to be persistent. I wouldn't trust that with anything valuable. Let's just put it that way. So just be careful about that. But yeah. And I don't know, Wilfrey, if you can, I would have to look it up. If somebody has looked it up and if somebody's seen that somebody's gotten further in Stalker 2 and they do give you the option to sell them down the line, please, the fully broken, let me know. But I don't think there is one, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there is something further down the line. Fahim Scott, what's going on? Great to see you in here. Of course, we got the Cyber Gunter joining us this morning. What's going on, Cyber? We got Tim the Sorcerer in here. What's going on, Tim the Sorcerer? Let's see here. We've got the Oats in the house. Yes, Decado. Oats, thank you for joining us, by the way. Decado says, with the tech guy, be sure to upgrade your mainstay weapon for less degradation. Yes, absolutely. Make sure, again, any weapons you do love and you're going to invest in, go to the tech guy and do that for sure. Good call, Decado. Good call. Who else we got in here? We got the El Nini. What's going on, El Nini? Great to see you as well. We've got the East Side Vandal. What's going on, East Side Vandal? Who else we got in here? We got Slimy Mucus. Slimy Mucus, welcome to the show. Thank you for joining us on a beautiful Saturday. Said, I'm glad Xbox is so dead. Yeah, I know. It's crazy, man. I'm playing on a dead console right now. It's crazy, man. Crazy times, isn't it? But thank you for joining us, Slimy. Appreciate you jumping in here. The Sanchez MTZ Gaming. Sanchez, by the way, Sanchez has a personal request. Nixie,
what?
Have you blocked Sanchez?
Oh.
Because he can't see your comments. So he's requested you unblock. He'd like to talk to you, sir. So
hey, only if you're down, only if you're with it. Only if you're with
it. Yeah. No, I mean, again, if you got a blog for a reason, that's cool. But Sanchez is requesting, so it sounds like let's shake hands and whatever happened. If that's the case, I don't know because I can't see that shit. But Sanchez would like to talk to you. He wants to see your donkey comments in the chat.
He's still slighting you, but nonetheless.
But it's all love here.
It's all love. It's all love.
Tubabo Kube, of course, is the house. What's going on, Tubabo? Great to see you. As always, sir, thank you for all your time here with us. The Brett Bingham is in the house. What's going on, Brett? Great to see you, brother. Thank you for all the DMs, sir, all the time, making me laugh during the day, sending me clown show shit. I love it. Who else we got in here? Scrolling. Again, when we go this long in the intro, it's crazy because you guys have so many conversations. Weapon X, what's going on? He says rookie mode is easy mode. Hell yeah, it is, Weapon, for sure. And you don't want, even ACG said, listen, if you're going to play this, do not put it on easy because it changes the entire, it makes the game ridiculously easy. Like, you don't have to worry about anything. Again, do it if you want to just run through the game. That's fine. I understand there's people who just want to run through the game. Run through the game. But again, you're not getting the Stalker experience if you do put it on easy mode. Stalker is really good balance between the two. It's a great balance. Who else we got in here? Scrolling. Oh, we got the Sith Lord Sith Lord, thank you again,
Sith,
brother,
what's
for all
going
the
on?
posts and letting everybody know what shows are happening, brother. Appreciate you so much. And of course, appreciate you jumping in here and saying hi to us on a Saturday morning, man. I hope you're doing good, brother. I hope you're doing real good. The one and only brother from another lore, Master Jasper, checking in from space with us today. Let's see here. Scrolling. What else we got?
Shine Films. Welcome to the Splitters. Appreciate you joining the Splitters here, man. That's super dope.
Hell yeah.
And I also saw Slimy Mucus come in here and say,
that's what I said.
I'm glad Xbox is so dead.
Yeah, I said that. Didn't you hear me?
No, I wasn't fucking paying attention. I'll be honest.
I made a big
I'll
deal
be
about
fucking
that.
honest.
I said, yeah, it's pretty funny. I'm playing on a dead console right now.
Oh, that's
So
facts.
anyway,
That's facts.
yeah, facts. So yeah, no, I did say that. Decado, the one and only Decado. Attention, ladies and gentlemen. Attention, ladies and
Appreciate you,
gentlemen.
Slam.
The one and only Decado. He came out through with a little bag of coal for us this morning. That's right. He got us up to a nice little Mach 2.5 to start the early Saturday morning run here on the Splitters hype train. So please buckle up and welcome aboard all you new Splitters. We need you to get those 4-part harnesses right so you don't fly off this train while we're rolling along, because the easy 5 layup from the one and only Decado this morning. Choo-choo, motherfuckers. Choo-choo. Appreciate you, Decado, so much, brother. I see that.
Appreciate you,
Thank
Decado.
you.
Much love.
Never expected, always appreciated, sir. Rescue Squad Cope! What's going on, brother? Great to see one of the OGs dropping in here. Thank you so much. Oh, speaking of OGs, Dan the Man Cunningham. What is going on, brother? Hope you're doing well, my friend. I hope you are. The Sly Crow says, now someone needs to make a Fear remake. Yeah, we've been talking about that. The Fear needs to come back, man. Again, Steel won't play it. I would try it. If they lean into it, it might be too much for me at this point, but I would certainly try it because, again, I get heavy weapons in that game. So, again, I would certainly do it. But yes, no matter what, even if it's not a game for me, I say that series definitely should make a comeback, and they should try it because I think a lot of people would love it that never got to play it back in the day. It still holds up, by the way, too. Colin Pro, what's going on? He says PC version looks way better. Okay. I mean, I'm going to find out this weekend. I'll let you guys know what I think. Again, I'm going by Mav. Mav and I judge things pretty similar. And he said, yeah, there's a noticeable difference, but it's not like crazy. So, but I will try it out. And again, it's going to be in the eye of the beholder always. Everybody's going to have their personal opinion on that stuff. Who else we got in here? We got the Ron Slusher. What's going on, Ron? Great to see you, brother. Thanks for dropping in here. Always good to see your name. Scrolling, excuse me. All right, looks like that's as far as I can go back.
Okay.
Refudge Gaming, of course, is in here. What's up, Refudge? Thanks for dropping in here. We got the Bird-based Brizzle coming in here with a yo. What's going on, What's going on, Bird? Who else we got in here? Shine Films. What's going on, Shine Films? Thanks for dropping in here. Appreciate you. Thanks for being with us for a part of the show. And I think that's it. Roadkill 8018. I see you dropping in here. Yo, what up? And I see XBX.Lord Chaos 78 says, hey, what's up, everyone? And good afternoon. Hope all is well. And don't forget to stay blessed. Don't stress. Play Xbox everywhere. That's a good advertisement right there. Lord Chaos 78. Appreciate you dropping in here. Marty says, I'm still here, fellas. I see you, Marty McFly. Thanks for being here,
Appreciate
brother.
you,
Thanks for sticking around. Again, if you're lurking and you're not able to pop into chat, appreciate you guys so much for being here no matter what. Again, whether you're here for 5 minutes or the entire show, it does not matter to me and Steel. It is all love and respect to every single one of you for giving us your most precious commodity, which is your time, just to spend some time with us. So thank you for that. So, Steel, I think that's everybody in the chat. We're going to get into some PoE too. What are we going to do, brother?
Yeah, we should. I think what we can also do just real quick, because I think it's going to be a shorter conversation more than anything, is the conversation about the Game Awards, right? And Elden Ring being in the Game of the Year category, right?
You want to do this? Okay.
I think it's just to get it out of the way, because I think it's going to be one of the quicker conversations to have. Again, I do think that it's extremely convenient that the DLC for Elden Ring comes out this year, and when other DLCs have released in previous years, that all of a sudden now, instead of creating their own category for them, we just say, hey, we're going to make a special exception for a game that you have to play up to a certain point.
It's never been a rule. Supposedly, they've always been eligible. Just to let you know, that's the official statement is supposedly they've always been eligible, even though Witcher Blood and Wine got best RPG, did not make it for Game of the Year, even though that could have been, because a lot of people even think that that's a better expansion than the entire Witcher 3 game itself, right? That could have been up, even though Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty, people considered that better experience than the main part of the Cyberpunk game and
100%.
won awards. It still was not included in Game of the Year. So, but the official statement is DLCs and expansions have always been eligible. It's just never really happened before. So,
okay. I mean, even with that being, even if that is the case, if I'm going to take that at face value, I still think that that's dumb as hell, right? One, because DLC is an add-on to the original game. If the original game did not get the nod for Game of the Year, whichever the case, just because you release DLC for that game, does not instantly, make it eligible. That just makes no remote sense to me. And mind you, I am somebody who is a extreme, well, I won't say extreme, but I am a Elden Ring fan, point blank period. I do think that the Elden Ring DLC was, or more so an expansion, was a very great gaming experience that has come out this year. Would I put it in my Game of the Year conversation? No, because Elden Ring already had that, right? It was already a good game. It's just a continuation of that game. And I think we mentioned this last week as well. If it was part 2 of the game, I could definitely understand it being in that Game of the Year conversation. Again, if they named it Elden Ring 2 and then released the game with what the expansion had, then great, man. Like, that automatically will qualify it for me. But when you are saying that, hey, now instead of looking at other games in the industry and allowing them to get the proper kudos, allowing those devs to get love, allowing just others to get shine, the games that have garner some recognition, right? That do tend to get looked over. I mean, again, you're already creating a cutoff time that does not consider all the games that are released within that year. Indiana Jones is not going to get a nod, right? As an example, there are other games that are going to be coming out that are not going to get a nod at the Game Awards because of when the awards happen. That makes no remote sense to me. You can't be a Game of the Year and not consider the entire year. And again, I do feel like this is a conversation we continue to happen. And I know people don't like having this conversation or say, hey, well, if you don't like it, then stop talking about it. Don't watch it. And again, it's not that it's not about any of those. It's not about that for me. What it is about is that I am going to continue to speak out again about and about something that does get a lot of eyes on it and a lot of attention and a lot of attraction to it, right? Because we do get big announcements here, right? I mean, again, Xbox announced a whole console at a Jeff Keighley show at the Game Awards, right? So, and it has been known for quite some time, but the Game Awards is more so something that us who are enthusiasts end up watching for trailers, for potential releases, for potential, those are the things that we are there for and get locked into. So taking that into consideration, I do find it very funny that Elden Ring probably has a high potential to end up winning Game of the Year. A matter of fact, I'm probably going to end up voting for it in that category or in every other category that it can win on for his show, just to be petty, just out of spite. Because, and again, if it wins, then it wins. But again, it should demonstrate to people how unserious the actual award side of it is. And we should hold Jeff Keighley's, or Geoff, however you want to say his name. I think we should hold his foot to the flames and say, hey, man, some of these things do need to be reevaluated. You need to look at these things and like really understand what you are implying by allowing these things to happen, right? Again, I know it's more so a me thing. I know a lot of other people agree out there as well. And again, although I do feel like, hey, the expansion was great, I cannot stand by and just be like, yeah, man, it should be in these categories and other categories that it is involved in. Paul, what do you have to add on to that?
Made it clear. Any shred of value that the Game Awards themselves, this show had outside of the new announcements for me personally. Again, I'm not going to tell anybody else how they need to feel about this, is gone. I'm still going to be happy for the devs that win, obviously. It makes a big deal to them. Some of them are even bonused on some of this stuff, right? So it is a big deal to them, but I've made it clear. Even if I'm going to take their statement as fact that this was always the case, then I'm going to say that it was wrong from the beginning. Because anytime that a game, that an expansion, a DLC, no matter how good, and again, don't forget they also added onto this that value should be in consideration. What value should be in consideration for this? Okay, no matter how big, no matter how good a DLC or expansion is, it is based off. It's not a standalone. It's not something that can be played without the original game.
Even if it was.
Even if it was, it doesn't matter. It's based on a game that already got its flowers. It's based on a dev team that already received recognition for their high quality work. And even if they didn't win Game of the Year, even if Elden Ring hadn't taken all the awards, I still say the same thing. That is a game that was already put out and judged. DLC and expansions are an addition to that game and should be in their own category because there are all these dev teams who've been working for 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, 8 years on other IP, whether they're sequels to old IP or whether they're brand new IP, and they should have the same opportunity to be given that same recognition that the Fromsoftware team did for Elden Ring originally. That should not be taken away. And with the Elden Ring, Shadow of the Erdtree, DLC, expansion, whatever you want to say, involved in this, it takes away one slot for one of those other teams that is deserving of that nomination. And to me, that is wrong on every level. If you are Jeff Keighley and you are thinking to yourself, and again, whether you like him or not, I still think he's a net positive for the industry. I won't stop saying that because I think he's brought it to a different level.
There's nobody else doing it. Yeah.
But right. There's nobody else doing it, which is
level.
the sad part. But the point being is if you're Jeff Keighley and you want people to take you seriously about the awards, and again, we know it's not about the awards for him. So don't get me wrong here. Okay. I don't think it's about the awards. I think this is business through and through, which is fine. It's his business. He created it. He can do what he wants with it. But obviously $500,000 for a commercial this year, it's about the money. Okay. At the end of the day. But if you're going to continue to put on this face that this is about the awards, that this is about the devs, then you are taking away an opportunity from a deserving team to include one of your favorite dev studios out there personally. And obviously a dev studio that is deserving of praise for sure, obviously, but they already got it. So why would you take that away from somebody else that could have it for the first time, maybe? Like, again, why would you do that? If you're all about this industry and celebrating the devs and the people that make this industry go, why would you take that away from the team? Right.
It proves that he's not. Yeah.
Right. It proves that he's not. It proves it's stupid as hell. And again, I could go on and on about the Game Awards. Mav and I talked about it in PM to PM because we did run down some of the Golden Joystick Awards too. And the Golden Joystick Awards are voted on by gamers, right? But the Golden Joystick Awards expand some of their categories to incorporate. Not that everybody needs to get nominated, but why can't Keighley expand his categories? Like, there's enough games to go around. Like, I think that should also be done, but he doesn't do that.
I think
that's a win-win.
That's the weirder thing about it. Like, why didn't you add a category?
Right. Why didn't you just add a category for this and allow them to get their flowers? And then on top of that, Steel, because it can be considered this way, it also gets put into, which I just brought up, Blood and Wine 1, right, for best RPG, and that was an expansion of Witcher 3. I don't agree that it's in best RPG category, but it is. Okay? It is. It's there as well. So it's not just the Game of the Year slot that it's taking up, but it's also taking up best RPG of the year. Why is it taking that up? Unicorn Overlord should be in there. That should have been nominated. That's the one that got pushed out in my view, and I would be hard pressed for people to argue anything else. Unicorn Overlord is one of the best tactics games to come out in a long ass time. It is an RPG through and through. It is nominated in other categories. Why is that one kicked to the curb while Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree DLC expansion gets to go up for best RPG again. I don't agree with this decision at all. Obviously, I think it's a dumb decision. And again, any last I said this when it happened. I knew it was going to happen. I called it out months ago when we talked about it and said that this potentially is what Keighley was going to do. For me, the excitement of the nominations on Monday completely died off. Any little shred of really any type of excitement or just curiosity over the actual awards themselves for the show is gone. I am fully 1000% there just for the announcements. That's all I care about. We're going to be co-streaming on that Thursday on PM to PM. And I'm just going to be there for the announcements because it doesn't matter to me at all. The rest of it, again, I'll be happy for the devs, but to talk about the awards like they're serious, or to talk about the nominations and who's up for nominations,
obviously not. Yeah.
It's not for me at all. And I think it's bullshit at the end of the day. So again, Fromsoftware, that team deserves all the credit in the world for what they created in Elden Ring. There's no question about it. They got that credit already. They got that credit. They won all the fucking Game of the Year awards you possibly could win. They got every flower they possibly could. Doesn't mean the expansion shouldn't get its flowers, but it should not be side by side with full-blooded new games or sequels or whatever you want to say, full-blooded new games from dev teams that have been working just as hard as the Fromsoftware team did to showcase their games as well. It should not take a spot away from one of those teams. I just disagree with it wholeheartedly.
Yeah, I feel like it doesn't take things into consideration that do also matters. Again, I know a lot of people were also questioning Black Myth Wukong being in the game of the year category due to it being one of the lowest rated games to be in that category, right? Which again, it is fair if you want to use that as a comparison, but Black Myth Wukong also was a phenom when the game came out, right? The game sold over 30 million copies, whether that's in the United States or in China, whatever the case may be. That is still a remarkable thing, and it did take up space for some time, and it does. And at least I think should get a lot of the nods that it is getting, right? I think it's worthy to be in the Game of the Year conversation. And I think that's worth talking about with it being there, whether you believe it shouldn't or should not be. And again, if you want to just go by ratings, I can definitely understand that. And I can definitely hear that in a lot of different ways. But again, because of how well the game did and how, for the most part, the game was universally praised for how well it did the Journey to the West kind of story. I thought it was dope, and again, I liked it. Right, so there is that as well. Go ahead, Paul.
That felt like an internal. That feels like an internal battle amongst journalists because of who is involved in voting for these awards, and we got the list. Right, the list is now published. It's officially published by Jeff and his team, right? So you can go look at it. And a lot of this makes sense if you look at that list of who votes for this shit. This feels like an internal struggle for Black Myth Wukong between the reviewers who did really like it and didn't have any fake problems with it or didn't have any real issues with it, and the ones that were downplaying it for a variety of reasons, right? We know that there was controversy surrounding this game as well when it launched. And this felt that way because after that happened, Steel, like you said, there is a whole nother list with the marching orders from certain journalistic organizations. You can go look at the headlines, and about 6, 7, or 8 of them all wrote the same headline about it being the lowest rated Game of the Year nomination. So it feels like there was part, which was obviously a majority, that thought it was deserving, Steel, but there was still this other part that had issues with the game and the studio specifically for a variety of reasons that were trying to keep it out. And when it got in, they wrote their headlines all the same way, pointing out that it's the lowest rated game of all time. So interesting little thing about Black. So
just saying that the game was is the lowest rated in the category and not acknowledging how well the game did and how much of a grasp that it did have. It felt like for almost 3 months on the industry for when it released. Again, we're probably coming into right after 90 days of the game releasing, or whichever the case. I do think is interesting to say the least. The other thing that bothers me about the whole Elden Ring situation is, again, they completely looked over over, and I think the game deserved it, Space Marine 2. You essentially said that game wasn't good enough. And I thought that game was one of the highlights of the year. Matter of fact, we had articles that came out saying that the game was a callback to what the industry needs to go back to. Matter of fact, this started a whole conversation of devs, of like an industry call out saying, hey, devs, look what Saber was able to do with this Warhammer game. It finally pushed through it just not being fitting into the niche audience. Again, I am not a Warhammer fan, and the game broke through for me. It is literally one of my highlights of the year, greatest game of the year. The other thing that's also sad about this is, and again, Balatro, and I think the thing about Balatro being in the Game of the Year category, and again, yes, we can have indies and everything else, but you got to consider also the games that have come out, right? And this is what really affects the category being so limited, right? Not having more games that you can choose from, because nothing's saying that you can't choose from 10 games to be Game of the Year, right? And I get there's people who vote on these things, the conglomerate or whatever, and they decide what goes in these categories, whichever the case. I don't think that necessarily excuses it. I think it just excuses them for what has happened throughout the year, right? Because again, you're also saying that Dragon's Dogma 2 didn't deserve to be in the conversation. And I do see more people now coming out towards the end of the year talking about, oh, well, Dragon's Dogma 2 wasn't that great of a game. And it's like, what other game is doing what Dragon's Dogma was doing? Which is, again, you ask me, Space Marine 2 and Dragon's Dogma 2 are like almost 1A, 1B for me in a lot of ways, maybe even 2A, 2B, depending on where you want to put it. And I still have to go through my own list and my own year of gaming to decide what my games of the year really are, my top 5 and everything else. I don't necessarily have a problem with any of the other games.
Dogma 2, by the way, too.
I hope so. I hope so. Yep. I mean, with how the game ended, it doesn't necessarily leave that door open. But again, they did it with Dark Arisen, right? I mean, Dragon's Dogma is known to have DLC, so it is very well possible they can do something akin to what they did with the first game, right? And I would be willing to go back and play that game. Again, I still have that game as not my lock screen, but as my main screen on my phone, right? And it was the wallpaper on my background. It was the background for my PC for a very long time because of how that game made me feel in those moments, right? The moment-to-moment gameplay, right? And it's just, that's what is a fault to this category, and it does need to continue to be evaluated and looked at and criticized, man. Again, him having the biggest show of the year is going to lead into a lot of these different things. That's like I was talking about Power World. I don't think Power World necessarily can fit into the category because it's still considered an early access. It's not a full release yet, right? Now, that's also a very iffy space because, again, Power World was also another game that sold really well this year. Again, it was a 25 million copy seller from an indie studio that came out of nowhere, who is now currently going through a lawsuit with Nintendo over who it came from an indie studio that caused Nintendo to file a patent about capturing mechanics, right? That caused a whole different conversation for us to have now, right? Are these unique things that are happening in the industry not important enough to be involved, at least in this conversation, or be given at least some form of a category where other games can also maybe make their mark? It has to be something that we look at. Just to go further down, because we're not going to like sit in this for forever. Best game direction, Astrobot. It's in Game of the Year and in Best Game Direction and in some other categories as well. Astrobot did not fucking do that great. It didn't sell well. It was received great, but there are so many other games that could. Why in the place of Astrobot? Why isn't Space Marine in the Best Game Direction? Huh? They did fucking phenomenal. the moment action that doesn't get included with game direction, how they progress you through the game, the supernaturalness of the game, like that doesn't get included. It's weird to me, man. Like, and again, no slight to Astrobot. Feel however you want to feel if that's something that you enjoyed, but it's something that, again, wasn't a standout for the year, but it was for a particular platform.
Yeah,
it would be insane for Jeff not to understand why people criticize him the way that he does. Go ahead, Palma.
No, I hate to get into the sales thing because obviously games are deserved.
It's just something it is something that you got to consider when you're talking about of the year kind of thing, right?
Kind of, but then you're going to exclude a lot of indie titles, right? That don't.
Sure.
So I think that there is, I think it certainly could be a part of the equation, right? I just don't want to count. I mean, Astrobot, I knew it immediately. It's a high quality platformer game that leans into the nostalgia steal. This is why Mario continues to be as successful as it is. And for a lot of people, Steel, that's all that matters. And obviously with the Sony characters attached to it, with the journalistic side being very Sony heavy when it comes to what they grew up on, what they enjoy. I knew from the beginning that Astrobot, again, if Elden Ring hadn't gotten in there, I already said that Astrobot was going to win Game of the Year. I said it before it launched. Like, I just knew that was what was going to happen here. You could just see the writing on the wall. But I think that it's still a good game from what everybody said. It's high quality. It's very polished. People that do like that style enjoy the hell out of it. They say that there are certain levels that are extremely challenging. And so I think the game's got everything that qualifies for it. I get your point, obviously, because I would have loved to have seen Space Marine 2 in there. You know how I feel about Space Marine 2. It's got to be one part of the equation, but I think Astrobot in general, it checks enough boxes for people who do vote on this shit that it's going to be there no matter what, because it is a good game, like from what everybody says, right? Again, it's not going to be a game I ever touch.
But I think it would even get ruled out by Dragon's Dogma. At that, but like that, I think
the reviewers don't agree. Still,
that's sure, but I think
so.
But again, but that also leans into how you review the game means more. But then you have Black Myth in the category, and it's in here because of how well it did.
But right, because I think there was a battle between the journalists that wanted it in there and the battles that didn't want it in there, and I think there just happened to be more journalists who did want it in there.
Yeah, but I'm just more so speaking to the point of like, it's hard to say like, oh, we can't consider sales, and then but then you see sales get considered for some things, but then we got to consider reviews, but then reviews get counted more for other things. It's like it's not balanced, it's not even. It's like, we pick and choose when it matters, when it doesn't matter, and then we get upset, or I don't understand why you guys don't get why these games are here. Again, I would say best game direction. Balatro, like, bro, again, nothing against the game, but I don't think that it fits this category. As far as you have to be able to create other categories to allow other games to be able to feel and fit in their representative spaces, man. Again, you see Elden Ring in that space as well. In the other games, I think are perfectly fine, but it's just. You just can scroll through this, man, and see where things feel kind of off, right? Best narrative. Again, it's your Silent Hill 2. Really? Yeah. Like, the game came out before. Like, it's not a new narrative. It's the same game.
It's a remake.
I know it's a remake. I know they revamped it. I know it's impressive. I know it's impressive, but it's not new. Best narrative?
Right. They set that with Resident Evil 4, right? So, I mean, again, it's one of those things, man. Again, I argue against the remakes being in there as well. So, but I would say that if all things are considered, that Silent Hill 2, for the reception that it got and how people feel about it, it should have definitely been up for potentially Game of the Year. That's why I say he's got to expand his category.
Sure.
He's got to.
But even that is questionable because, again, we throw in the game. I don't understand the concept of a game being a game of the year, even as a remake, because the game came out before. Sure, you remade the game and it looks good and looks pretty now, but I think that just goes into a different category. And Nixie says, Steel Astro is not an egregious nomination. Unfortunately, many games will be left out that can qualify. Sure, I think it's egregious. But again, hey, it does come down to it does come down to a personal opinion on some of these things, especially from the outside looking in. But also when you look at the industry and how these games are weighted, how they're rated, how we know that there is a certain amount of bias that goes into these choices as well. Right? I'm still going to speak out how I feel about that. And I don't think Astro deserves to be in that. Right? And again, I'm not hating on Astro. It is what it is. But all the other games that released this year, and these are the things that we throw in the category. That's just how I kind of feel about it. Best art direction. I'm not necessarily going to fight that. Again, I am going to fight Shadow of the Erdtree. It's an expansion, bro. Like the original game it's the same art style. So like, sure, there's a different color palette being used, but again, and I don't mind Astro being in this category. That makes sense. Great art style. It's a very pretty game. It has a lot of great things going on for it as far as an aesthetic goes. Best score and music. Okay, I can agree with some of this, and you just kind of continue to go on down the list and everything. It's just, until we have other people come into the space and do other awards. And again, and that's why I kind of will fight back a little bit for Black Myth, because even the Golden Joysticks said that Black Myth Wukong was in their game of the year. Right. So there has to be, there obviously has to be some truth in there. Right. But until somebody else is able to come to the forefront and offer some form of competition. That's why competition is good in all spaces. Again, you have to work with what you got. And this show has been widely recognized and acknowledged. And for me, I'm just going to speak out about the things that I don't like, especially like things like the best ongoing games. I don't think Destiny 2 should be in that category. I don't think Diablo 4 should even be in that category. I again, like, Sure, it has been doing good for sure, but maybe some other things could have slotted in there instead, right? That has been going on for some time. Again, I know the expansion just came out for Diablo 4. I know it has been received well, but they've also the whole ongoing thing with Diablo 4 has been so rocky, and we'll get into that further because I am extremely passionate about Diablo overall. But it's just, again, Helldivers even being in this category. Why? Didn't the game just come out this year? And I've heard other people make the same point. Again, that's not ongoing. It just came out.
76 is egregious. It should be in here.
Again, you made the point, even Elder Scrolls Online. Why, like, again, it's hard for you not to, it's hard for people not to question the thought process that goes behind this, or the true legitimacy that goes behind this, that is involved with this, because there's just certain things that don't consider. And why is it always seemingly on one side of the fence? Even I think Nintendo should maybe even get a nod for like a Splatoon, right? Why is Splatoon never mentioned in any of these categories? Again, I don't play Splatoon, but I know people that do. It has been getting constant support. I mean, again, I know it's not a live service game, but again, it's just worth the conversation to me, right? Then you go to best community support. Still, there's just, overall, I'm going to best mobile game, Zenless Zone Zero. Wuthering Waves is in there, which is super dope for me to see. Really hoping that Wuthering Waves beats Zenless Zone Zero, just because of my dislike for MiHoYo. And I do think Wuthering Waves, out of all the gacha games that are out there, is the better one to play if you were going to pick one. I know Zenless has kind of become this gooner thing now, which I wasn't expecting, but it is still MiHoYo, and that's them now all of a sudden leaning into trying to get attention from other places. So hey, it is what it is. Action game, Call of Duty is not in that. It's a shooter. There's action in it. But when I think of an action game, I do think of a Black Myth. I do think of a Stellar Blade. I do think of a Space Marine 2. I'm glad Space Marine 2 is here. But I don't consider Helldivers as an action game. It's a shooter.
Okay.
That's what I would consider. I would put it in the shooter category. Shooters of the year, or whichever.
I don't take any of this seriously anymore because it is what it is. So
I'm just kind of going through the different things that I'm seeing here. Again, you go into action adventure games, like it's just, again, my point in all of this, there just seems to be things that don't quite add up and continue not to make sense over the years. And we should just continue to speak out about the things that we don't like, that we're not appreciating, that aren't necessarily hitting. And I urge everybody to do that. Right. So that's the main things for me. Again, shout out to Keeley for being able to continue to do these shows. And like, why is Kunitsugami in the best sim strategy game? Yes, I mean, it has strategy elements, but I would even consider that more of in the action category, because it's not like it has a blend, but I mean, damn, it should be an action and strategy game. I do think it leans more on the action side than it does lean on the strategy side. It's not, Kunitsugami is not a super overly complicated game, or a game that makes you think a ton, right? There's just a little bit of effort, but again, it is what it is. If you like what some of these are being slotted in, hey, great. That's good to hear. Again, and I am interested to see the Game Awards for all the additional things that they'll end up showing, as far as trailers and sneak peeks, and hopefully the devs that do end up winning these categories do end up getting a little bit of love this year, a little bit more love, I should say. But it just comes across as off-putting a little bit, and I'll continue to hold Keely's foot to the fire. So that's my main thing about it. I'm not going to go through every single category and be like, oh, I'll look at these issues with all these different things. I'm not. It is what it is, man. I mean, I feel like this has been a consistent thing. There just seems to be more things that get thrown into question the further we move into the years. And again, it's his show, man. So just continue to speak out about it. But we did mention a little bit about Diablo earlier, and I do think this is going to be a good crux of a conversation, because Path of Exile 2, the devs came out, and Grinding Gear Games came out and essentially did an hour plus breakdown of what they're doing for early access. And let me get this pulled up on screen for you guys here. I wanted to bring this up because I know not many other people are going to be talking about it. And Path of Exile has definitely demonstrated some things to me that I think that I've been speaking to that make me feel extremely weird. Again, you saw Diablo be in the category for best ongoing game. But I made a post this week that right after, because I think this came out the day before yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. November 23rd. Well, this article was done on November 23rd. I believe the actual video that they put out came out a couple of days before. Nonetheless, get my days blended together. Path of Exile 2 early access promises a big adventures and epic challenges. After years of anticipation and a slight delay, Path of Exile 2 is finally arriving in early access on the 6th of December 2024. Grinding Gear Games, Triple G, is pulling out all the stops to ensure players dive into a feature package experience that feels more like a full release than a typical early access game. Now, one of the biggest reasons why I wanted to bring this into conversation, because again, I do believe that smoke should be given on all sides, right? Blizzard, who is now a part of Microsoft, has been working on Diablo 4 for quite some time. I was doing the numbers. I was looking at the numbers and everything, and I still can't get clear identification, but it looked like what I was able to find out was there was about 8,000 devs that worked on Diablo 4. I want you guys to sit with that for a second. I can't get any additional clarification. Chat, let me know if you can find out if you've seen any different numbers. But from everything that I found, and again, you dive even deeper, it seems like it extends out more into 9,000 devs that worked on Diablo 4. Okay, cool. Diablo 4 came out and was a really good game. Me, Pong, Fun Speculation Fam all played the game, really loved the story experience and everything that the game brought us. Again, it's a game that I've put over 100 hours in, and I don't regret the experience that I got from it. But after seeing what Path of Exile 2 is doing going into early access, and not only that, but also diving deeper into making sure that they understand not only what their core fan base wants, but how they're going to expand the game out to be easier to access for newer players, right? Because that's probably one of the biggest takeaways from between Path of Exile and a Diablo, right? The differences mainly is, and I made this post mainly to be funny, but it's also, again, watching what I saw for this early access, Diablo 4 or Diablo has now become a children's game in comparison to other ARPGs that are on the market, right? And Path of Exile 2 coming out in the early access and them saying, hey, we were going to give you all 6 acts or whatever in early access, but we said, you know what? Now that was our intention, but we said, you know what? What's more important is the end game. And we wanted to make sure that the people understood that is the focus. Well, we want people to understand that we know that is the focus. So what they ended up doing was they pulled back the last few acts of the game and instead worked on the end game. So in early access, you're going to get acts 1 through 3, and then you'll be able to play through that again on a harder difficulty to kind of make up for what you would be if you did play through all the acts. And then you'll be introduced to endgame, which arguably is the most important part of ARPGs. Once you beat the story, what's going to keep you playing the game, and this is something that I would say and would argue for, this is something that Diablo has essentially created, right? Diablo's 2 endgame, or just overall as a game, is notoriously known to be one of the best ARPGs that have ever come out. Now, again, yes, they were also very limited for what they could do at the time, but I have said this before and I'll say it again here. I do think that it is slightly and somewhat embarrassing to Blizzard that a team like Grinding Gear Games, who apparently has a dev studio that is something over 120 devs. I mean, you compare 120 to 8,000 that are supposedly known to have worked on Diablo. In their early access, seemingly has more content in it than Diablo 4 has today. And that is a very strange aspect and a very strange feeling to me. And again, it's also very weird because I was somebody who I played Path of Exile 1 for a bit, right? But I compare it to like I dipped a toenail in. It wasn't like I jumped in full force and really played through the story and built up a character and all these great things. No, I didn't do any of those things. So I have a very outside perspective on even what Path of Exile is, right? But I do know it was a game that expanded on the idea of what Diablo 2 brought into the ARPG genre, right? And I wanted to bring it to discussion today, mainly because I do think, because Rod Ferguson put out a tweet that was the thing yesterday, saying that it's strange seeing other games in the ARPG genre or come into the ARPG genre and that are more Diablo-like. And I'm paraphrasing. Prong, if you have it on hand, we can definitely get into that. Matter of fact, because I think that his statement was extremely interesting. Let me get that pulled up here. because it is a basis of, and again, sorry, ladies and gentlemen, that
I've got it right. I've got it
not
right here.
completely ready. Yeah, go ahead with the quote that Rod gave, because I think it gives a lot of like back.
And this was 2 days ago. This was on Thursday, right after the PoE2 live event. Okay, or not live, it was taped. But anyways, after the PoE2 event, Ferguson posted this. Feels like the genre of ARPG is starting to mean a lot of different things, much like Souls-like and roguelike. I wonder if we could normalize Diablo-like for ARPGs that follow the Diablo formula. Real quick, just to add to Steele's comments here about this, and I'll let him continue to roll. This, I don't think, is a coincidence of when it was posted by Rod. I understand that Rod's job is obviously now, again, he wasn't one of the original makers of Diablo. He came to Diablo 4
No,
even
he came
late.
in, yeah.
He's the closer, right? He's the guy. He's the closer. But his job over at Blizzard now, and as head of the Diablo team, is to protect the Diablo name. I feel personally that this is an extremely desperate plea. That this feels like, after what he saw PoE2 is doing, he knows what kind of light that shines on Diablo 4 and his team. So I'm just going to leave it at that. I'll have more to say after Steele gets done with this, opening up this topic. But to me, this just feels like desperation, that he is trying to maintain Diablo's place as far as a legacy title goes, which he doesn't have to do. Diablo will always be the granddaddy of ARPG looters. Okay. Always. Okay. Nobody's going to deny that. Nothing's going to change that fact. Just like Halo has its place cemented in history, no matter what happens. Diablo is cemented. Diablo 2, especially Diablo 1, but then Diablo 2 can never be taken away. Okay. It created a whole new genre. Okay. And established it. So, anyways, I just, there's the full quote, Steele, for you. Steele, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Okay.
I'm here.
On my screen.
I was, okay? No, I was taking a dramatic pause. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
I
Sorry.
I was thinking about stuff. Sorry. No. Sorry guys. This may end up being one of our weaker shows. I'm kind of all over the place mentally. But anyway,
bro, you're good.
But even with what Rod is saying, as far as maybe we could consider the term Diablo-like. I made the statement this week on Twitter that, well, I put a post out there that essentially said that it is Diablo. You cannot have the term Diablo-like out there, just like how you have Souls-like, because in comparison, the reason why things are called Souls-like is because the Souls genre, that style of game, came in and FromSoft cemented themselves for that style of gameplay. There was nothing else that was out there that was like it during the time, and they were consistent with it. It wasn't just a 1, 2. They did it with 3 games at least, and did it with Demon Souls before that, and did it with Bloodborne before that, and did it with other games. So it's like it had been a consistent thing for them. For Diablo, the reason why the term Diablo-like is not a term that will catch on, it would just be considered as a ARPG, is because Blizzard dropped the ball with Diablo 3. Diablo 3 changed the color palette. They changed the feel of the game. They changed, well, I want to say they changed when I say the feel of the game, because essentially the game did play still similar, right? It was still felt like Diablo in that way. But when I mean feeling, I mean the dark dreariness that Diablo 2 had, right? It kind of, like, the best way that I can explain it, it kind of became Fortnite-ified. Right. In a lot of ways. And people spoke up about that. They weren't happy about that. Diablo 3 took a lot of time, I would say up to the point of Reaper of Souls, for it to finally come into its own again, which I think Reaper of Souls came out a couple years after, if I'm remembering that correctly. So again, we have a very similar situation now with Diablo 4. coming off the heels of a game like Path of Exile, games like Last Epoch, games like Lost Ark, and even Lost Ark is an ARPG, but it's an MMO as well. But even it demonstrated, it understood, even though it still does things very differently, but it even understood and was able to innovate in the ARPG genre more than what Diablo has been able to do. Diablo 4 came out with trying to take things from Path of Exile 1 and still not doing enough. The game came out and barely had any real end game. But then you have, you had all these devs that came in and that supposedly worked on the game. Again, Blizzard is not a small company. But then you have this team in Grinding Gear Games that has, yes, I think Path of Exile has been out since 2014, right? Again, no slack to them, but they are more so considered as an indie team creating a game that they were motivated to create because of, guess what? Diablo 2. And they fit into the space because Diablo was not where it needed to be, right? As far as to the wider audience. Now, I will give Diablo this. Diablo has been able to, yes, reach a wider audience and be easier to access than Path of Exile has been, right? Path of Exile has turned into a very, and again, I'm an outside looking in person for Path of Exile, but I have noticed, especially when you look at the skill trees, when you look up content about it, when you're trying to find up information about it, it has apparently become a game to where, hey, if you make the wrong mistake, you can mess up your whole entire build, and that can be something that is a turnoff for people. Again, it was a turnoff for me. It wasn't something that I was necessarily considering just jumping into Path of Exile, right? I was just, I want to play this. I was playing it like it was Diablo, and obviously, and apparently it wasn't that. With Path of Exile 2, the devs have blatantly made it known that they are changing things within the game to make it new player friendly, right? Will make it easier for other people to jump into, right? So again, this is their second game. And they're taking the things, they're not changing their art style. They're not doing something completely different. This is their second game. And they're listening to the community, not only their hardcore community, but also, and again, yes, I mean, I see what Ducato says PoE is owned by Tencent. Yeah, there's something that we got to consider. But fortunately enough, Grinding Gear seems like they have a hold on their game though, right? Tencent, like when you think of the evil Tencent and how they could get involved with things, yes, PoE has some elements in it that do cost money. Like for an example, you can get one of the Founders Editions for Path of Exiles $370. Just as an example, right? But anyway, they are making it more new player friendly. They also want to make it so even going further into the future that Path of Exile is easier for people to access than the previous game was, right? Because that is one of their biggest criticisms. But let me get into a little bit further into this article and kind of go from there. They go on to say content to sink your teeth into. From the start, the Path of Exile 2 will deliver 3 out of its 6 planned story acts, letting players journey up to level 25. For those craving a tougher challenge, there's a cruel mode, which boosts the difficulty and lets adventurers reach level 65, perfectly prepping them for endgame content. Once the campaign ends, the fun doesn't stop. Players can explore the Atlas, a sprawling overworld map packed with areas separate from the main story. Endgame systems like breaches, fast-paced battles against waves of enemies, and rituals surviving successive enemy waves add variety and replay value. At launch, the game is going to have 6 classes. How many classes does Diablo have in it now? 7? Including Spiritborn now?
Yeah, they started with 6, right? Yeah, they started with Sword, Necro, Barbarian, Rogue.
Yeah, Path of Exile has been out since 2014, John.
Yep.
Diablo has 6 classes: Sork, Rogue, Barbarian, Necromancer, Druid,
Yep.
and there's one more that I'm forgetting.
I just went through Rogue, Sork, Necro, Barbarian, Druid, and then Spiritborn. Now, and what's the other one? We forget one in there?
Are we forgetting one? Did they only have 5 classes? I mean, of course, we could just look it up real quick. No big deal. But I was more so trying to add. Trying to add, like, see
5,
if chat would
5,
get
and now
involved.
Spiritborn, so 6. They started with 5.
Hey, appreciate it, Umber. Shout out to you, man. He says loving the caps, dude. I appreciate you, man. Arthur, yes, this is Halo 2 in third person. This is it's a mod. It's not official or anything like that. Appreciate you for coming.
They started with 5.
Excuse me. So thank you, General. He says Diablo 4, I had 5 classes to begin with, then Spiritborn.
Yep.
Ladies and gentlemen, Path of Exile early access is starting with 6 classes,
Correct.
with a planned at release to have 12. This is a free to play game. Diablo was $70 on release, and then not only that, charged you an additional $40 to play their DLC or their expansion, excuse me. Do you not see where I'm going with this being with the issue that I have with Diablo and what has now been established between the two, and why I consider Diablo to be Diablo is a child's game, seemingly, in comparison to what Path of Exile 2 is doing. And it was already a child's game in comparison to Path of Exile, but again, the game had 10 years to grow, right? But to be fair, Diablo 3 to Diablo 4, there was also a 10-year difference, right? My point with saying this, not only is there going to be 6 classes in early access, but there's also a league of content that is going to be in the game that, for whatever reason, Blizzard could not get the concept of. There is 400 plus monsters in Path of Exile 2. Monster types. Different types of monsters. I don't know how many other ways that I can say it. Why is this the case from the granddaddy of the genre? Why does Rod all of a sudden feel the need to come to the front line to defend Diablo when y'all obviously do not understand the genre anymore? You have other people around you. And again, I'm all for competition. And if your first foray, like I've chopped it up with PTK a little bit because he made the point, well, hey man, Diablo 4 was my introduction to into the genre, and I really love Diablo 4. And to PTK's point, like, great, man, that's awesome. I'm glad that Diablo could be that entry point for you. But I want people to realize, why are other developers who have much smaller teams? And maybe it is because, hey, with a smaller team, it's easier to get information to one person to the other, and everybody, you can make more of creative decisions and do different things. But Grinding Gear Games halted the production on the rest of their story content so they can focus on doing endgame, the most important part of your game. And this is an early access that releases on December 6th. Why is this something that is okay for the industry? We're talking about, it costs so much money to make games, 6,000 plus devs to work on Diablo 4, and a team of 120 plus was able to outdo y'all? To me, that doesn't bode well for a IP that I loved. And again, I'm not asking for, and I never asked for Diablo to be the super complex game and all these underlying systems and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That's not what I'm asking for. But what happened to the innovation? Obviously, it wasn't there. And now what's going to end up happening is Path of Exile 2, if they hit all the markers right, if this game comes out and is anywhere close to being solid in early access, Diablo 4 is going to become a memory of the past. Diablo is going to end up becoming a memory of the past. Because Diablo 4 has now taken a year to finally feel like it's in its 1.0 version from what I've heard from Pong, from what I heard from Mav, what I've heard from Darth Microtransactions, what I've heard from all these other people who play Diablo consistently. Why is this a thing that is still happening? But a game with with 120 plus devs can release more content than you have had this entire time. Why is this a thing? To me, these are where the issues that we are having in the industry, as an example. And I just feel, to me, that it is very interesting and quite disturbing for nobody else to seemingly get this issue. Pong, do you see where I'm kind of going with this, or like why I feel kind of the way that I do, or as passionate as I do about it? Because again, as a fan of Diablo, I always want Diablo to be of the top echelon, right? Mm-hmm. It's one of the most recognized brands, has one of the biggest teams behind it, gets a lot of support, right? Even Diablo Mobile, again, they have a whole other game that is raking in cash for them that is arguably not great either, but people are playing it, right? Mm-hmm. And yes, people are playing Diablo 4. And there is more people playing Diablo 4 than there are Path of Exile right now. I can 100% admit that as well. So obviously they're doing something right, but you can only do something right for so long if you don't understand what the something is. And Vandal, real quick, before I pass it off to you, Paul, says, disagree still. Not everyone wants to tackle a game as complex as PoE 2. Diablo will still have a seat at the table. Sure. There should be the competition there, and of course. But my point is, if the Path of Exile is able to tread that middle ground and help eliminate some of the issues that people had previously with Path of Exile, and it does become new player friendly, because at the end of the day, what's the difference? If you play Path of Exile 2 the same way that you play Diablo 4, then what's the difference? I don't think there is any, really. Maybe it's just me kind of being on the outside looking in. There's no difference outside of the amount of content that you're going to have access to and experience that you're going to have access to. That's only being the main thing. And Weapon X is making the point, but not many people stick to PoE. It's more complex than that people don't want to deal with. And again, the complexity of the game is definitely something to take into consideration. But that's why I say that Diablo has become baby's first ARPG now. And that's not what Diablo 2 was.
No. Yeah.
So why are we regressing?
Right.
Now we want to have as much accessibility. That's why you created Diablo Mobile. I thought that was the purpose of you going back to being dark and gritty. I thought that you were going to expand on what you had when you released. And it's not seemingly doing the things that I would have liked to see Diablo to do. They're not, to me, it comes across as we're putting our blinders on. We're not going to see what anybody else is doing in the genre. Although we did obviously look at Path of Exile 1, though I don't think they looked enough, but you obviously did look at them. But you're also still struggling with releasing content, monster variety, the different types of things, content that you could do in the end game. Pong, like we got to the end game in Diablo 4 and we're fucking doing the same shit over and over again. There was no variety in the content when we beat the game. It was literally us doing one thing over and over again. While Path of Exile 2 is coming out and saying, hey guys, guess what? There's like 17 different things that you can do at the end of the day. Play however you want. If this is what you want to do, then do that. If that's what you want to do, hey, do that. Hey, if you want to go do this thing over here, fantastic. Go do that. Play however you want. While Diablo's like, all we know how to do is shake a rattle. Again, maybe I'm being over dramatic about it. Maybe I'm going kind of stepping over the line, but from what you have seen from Path of Exile 2, and mind you guys, like to show you, to show you, well, to speak to how powerful Path of Exile 2, the demonstration that they did was for me. I've already purchased access to the early access. December 6th. I'm there. And guess what? You know what's going to make this time super unique in comparison to 2014 when Path of Exile came out, or any other time that I had played Path of Exile since then? Because again, I had only ever dipped my toe. And I know I didn't play it in 2014. We're playing it brand new, a fresh experience, all the complications and everything that people had with Path of Exile. Some of it's going to carry over. But this is going to be one of those games that I think is going to tap into that. There's one of those situations where there's nothing like that new experience where nobody knows a lot about the game. Not everything is broken down into videos and everything already. It's literally fresh, and it's going to be one of the most organic experiences in the ARPG genre that I think that we're going to have had in a while. What do you think about what you've seen so far, Pong? Some of the things that I've mentioned, hearing that the team for Grinding Gear Games is over 120 plus devs, in comparison to the supposed 8,000 plus devs that worked on Diablo 4. Do you see like even saying that is so outrageous to me. I don't see where 8,000 devs worked on this game at. That's why, like, I'm still trying to find out more information about that.
But it is because there's 8,500 people in the credits. Okay, that's confirmed in Diablo 4. Now, how many of those are devs? Again, okay, take out 2,000. Okay, so 6,500 people. Okay, this is a bigger conversation about AAA and about the problems that the industry, that publishers, that money men have been talking about in the AAA space. Again, this is a great conversation to have. I was having a conversation with PTK and the DMs as well about this, because I think it's an overall great conversation. You can take this in a lot of different ways. But obviously, we're looking at a situation where we have a prime example of a way over budget AAA experience for something that doesn't need that many people.
And I'm sorry if Chad, if you're not getting that point, because I see, Nixie drops in and says, hey, if D4 is in a good place and PoE2 is dropping soon, it's a win for everyone. And that's what matters. Sure. Yes, it is. But that's not the conversation that I'm trying to have. The conversation is the gaming industry is constantly talking about how expensive games are to make nowadays. And you see other players step into the market and seemingly understand your game better than you even do. Yeah, sure, it's in a different way. Sure, they have so many other things to take in consideration. But even going to PoE2, they were making slight comments towards Diablo 4 the entire time. But my fault, Pong. Go ahead.
I think it's a great conversation to have, and yes, both can exist at the same time.
Yeah, I got you. I got you.
Yeah, both can exist at the same time. Both have a place. Diablo 4 is the granddaddy. Again, Diablo 4 is the one that started this. But Diablo 2, this also goes into the wider conversation about how far is too far trying to expand out your audience. How far is too far to take a game and try to make it for the masses? Do you need to make it for the masses? Right? Is it important to make it for the masses? Steel, the most played game on Steam is what right now? Counter-Strike 2, right?
Yeah, Counter-Strike. Yeah. Mhm.
Is Counter-Strike a shooter for the masses?
No, I can't stand that goddamn game. I cannot stand it.
That's never been considered a masses shooter, right? It has masses of players, but it's never been one for the masses. Is Dota 2 or is Dota a MOBA for the masses? Is that an easy MOBA to get into?
No.
It's not. It's highly competitive. And it's one of the highest played games. So I bring those up because my point being is if you chase, this has always been my point about a lot of video games and about a lot of franchises and about AAA in general, now that gaming is as big as it is. I think a lot is lost with games when they do chase after the masses. I think that's why you see games and IPs being diluted. Because you try to simplify things too much. Can it work? Absolutely. Does Diablo 4 have a bigger audience right now than it ever has? Yeah, it probably does numbers wise. Is it more user friendly for beginners to jump into than a Diablo 2? Of course it is.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah, absolutely.
1000%. But I will argue with people who say that Diablo is simple because it's not. You can play it for a very long time without having to deep dive anything. But if you really want to get into endgame, you're going to have to do some number crunching. You're going to have to look up some builds. You are going to have to pay attention to your loot. There is situations where you're going to have to pay attention to the strategy as far as how you're playing. You can't just look away from the screen and press one button and play the game.
And it should never be that way. Like that was not what Diablo was about.
Right, but they can't. But if you. My point is, if Blizzard obviously went in that direction, they screwed up what they had in Diablo 2 with Diablo 3. Okay. And they took their lumps. Now, they still were highly successful with Diablo 3. Okay. But they took their lumps. They lost a lot of the polish and a lot of the fanfare that Diablo 2 had and the place that Diablo 2 had in the gamers that were Diablo fans' hearts. Diablo 3 got a ton of criticism. Right? And they had to rework Diablo 4, and they did. And I give them credit for getting darker again, right? That was one of the main complaints about Diablo 3 was the darkness. And they took their lumps on a lot of the mechanics they brought into Diablo 3, and they learned a lot of lessons, and they pulled back. The point being, for me, is that both can coexist. Both can have its place. Diablo 4 is never going to lose its legacy in any way, shape, or form, because of what they established with Diablo 2 and how they established this genre and overall with Diablo 1 and Diablo 2. It is the granddaddy. My argument would be that as the granddaddy, Diablo 4 should be innovating. They should be pushing the bar forward. They took their lumps with Diablo 3. They tried something new with Diablo 3. They tried to mass market Diablo 3. It worked. They got tons of players. They made a ton of money. It's still going right now. Like, people love Diablo 3. But the facts are that they should be innovating. And instead, they couldn't even get the launch. And again, this is from a person who has over 450 hours in Diablo 4 and loves Diablo 4. But the facts are the facts. They couldn't even get the launch right. The facts are the facts that they've been fixing, quote unquote, fixing Diablo 4 since it launched. They haven't been innovating. They've actually been retooling and reworking some basics of ARPGs that they, as the Blizzard team on Diablo, should know already. From little things to big things, they've been reworking this game just to get it into a good spot, as Nixie is saying. And yes, I think in general, most people would agree that Diablo 4 is in a good spot. But again, we just had Fireside Chat for the next season. They are changing a lot of things. They are finally making some additions, right? With crafting and that kind of stuff. They're making some additions to the game finally over a year after the initial launch. So my point being is that with that many devs and that large of a budget for Diablo 4, with that many experienced people on that team, they should have already been doing that from the get-go. And that's what we are currently seeing with Path of Exile 2. When you go watch the Path of Exile 2 hour-and-a-half deep dive, you are seeing a team that is innovating out the gate. And that's what competition does. And competition is fantastic. This is what I was saying originally when we started the show. This shows the power of competition. The fact that Rod made that statement, again, never know the hearts of man, never know why he made that statement when he did. To me, it's a little curious that it was just hours after the PoE 2 drop, right? That he made that statement. And it does feel like desperation to me. It feels like a team realizing that they are about to have a competitor come into their space that potentially is going to change the game. Now, it's fair to say PoE 1, while it is massively popular, certainly did not get the standing, did not get the critical acclaim that Diablo has had, didn't hit with the masses, isn't talked about in the same breath as Diablo is. Certainly, that's fair to say that they didn't capture that mass market yet. PoE 2, though, however, like S.T.A.L.K.E.R was talking about, you go watch that video, they're making a lot of quality of life improvements. Sure, the passive skills tree with over 1,500 nodes, when people see that, they get freaked out. But the video did a great job of explaining why people shouldn't freak out about that, explaining exactly how that is going to work. How once you get into it, it is actually pretty simple to understand. It is not as complex as it may look. So they are doing a lot of quality of life updates here that is going to appeal to the common person. Plus, you are going to have, and I've already seen it, there's a lot of big time Diablo streamers out there that are getting ready to switch over to Path of Exile 2. They're already prepping for it. They're prepping their audiences for it. They're already making announcements about Path of Exile 2. If Path of Exile 2 in early access comes out and it performs well, you're going to see a lot of streamers pushing Path of Exile 2, which we know does have an impact on the masses. Because Path of Exile 2 now, side by side with Diablo 4, visually, you can't tell me that one was made by 6,000 devs with an extreme, a giant, pool of money versus a much smaller team in GGG. You can't tell me either of those games are any different. Path of Exile 2, in fact, some of the effects on screen look better than Diablo's effects. And that's no joke.
Animations as well. Yeah.
Animations, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, overall, just appeal of look. I'm talking about visually. When somebody pops into a Path of Exile 2 stream, they're going to be surprised by how good it looks if somebody's popping in and has never seen Path of Exile 2. And again, it's not a lot of the common gamers out there. That's the thing. Visual appeal is one of the big things, right? And so when they see that, they're gonna be like, "Oh shit, wow!" And again, it blew me away. Like I didn't know. I
wasn't expecting to be blown away at all.
But when I kept seeing it, I was like, "Holy shit!" When they started getting the spell effects and all that kind of stuff on screen, I was like, "God damn, wow!" They really did a lot of work here. This team, to S.T.A.L.K.E.'s point, GGG, has a ton of passion. Again, I believe that Blizzard has a ton of passion. But when you have a small team that is very nimble when they're creating games, it can make changes quick on the fly, like GGG can, compared to what Diablo team can. Again, you've seen it. Blizzard takes a long time to make some changes. They make a ton. It takes an effort from a big team to do it. Whereas GGG is still that nimble indie type team that can make changes on the fly. I think that's going to be advantageous to them. But it seems like they already understand, like S.T.A.L.K.E.R was saying, Diablo's formula better than the Blizzard team currently understands the Diablo formula. And we're going to find out, right? Again, everything is, we don't know until we get our hands on, but again, their track record shows that they do. And with Path of Exile 2, shout out to Oh No, It's Alex. He did a great video on the changes he's saying. He is a Path of Exile fan and somebody who's put thousands of hours into Path of Exile 1. If you want to see a nice breakdown, a 25-minute breakdown of that hour-and-a-half video and some of the changes that Path of Exile players are seeing, go watch Oh No, It's Alex. Did a great video on this. But he even said himself, Steel, he was unsure about how they were going to pull some things off in Path of Exile 2. But now that he's seen this, taking it at face value, he now sees that they want Path of Exile 2 to take over and stop people from playing Path of Exile 1. He sees now that Path of Exile 2 is like Diablo 1 to Diablo 2. Yeah. And we know how big a leap that was for the Diablo team. And that's what he's saying he's seeing. And he's saying if all of this works the way that they're presenting it, he himself, somebody who's put $1,000 in Path of Exile 1, sees no reason why he would go back to Path of Exile 1 with these changes and how they're doing this. So I think that's a good indicator of where this is going. And so I think this is great for Diablo 4. Diablo 4 did take some things from Path of Exile. They did look over, which is great. That's what you should do. But I also, like I said, think that the Blizzard team, it shows a lot with that many people, that much funding, that big of a game, that much time to create Diablo 4, that it is glaring that they didn't innovate, that they didn't push their own bar forward, that they're going to let a game, a studio like GGG, a game like Path of Exile 2 come along a little over a year later into early access and innovate on the genre that you created, that your game created, that your IP is synonymous with.
Early access.
That to me, that's the part that is glaring when I see what Path of Exile 2 is trying to do. And I look back at Diablo 4 and go, yeah, you guys are still trying to get your game into a good spot a year later. And here comes a team that took about half the time that you did off of their first time doing that genre. And they're coming out with a game that is showing big changes, big innovations in the genre. Simple stuff, folks. Simple stuff like comboing off of your spells and your abilities. Simple stuff that Diablo should have. Again, I'll just give you a prime example that I saw in Path of Exile 2. Casting a firewall spell and then casting a ice shrapnel spell through that firewall will ignite your shrapnel on fire as it's passing through the wall of flames, so that now you're getting fire damage on top of it. And it shows up on screen. It looks fucking gorgeous. Like simple stuff like that, like little things that's pushing the industry. That's pushing the genre forward when a team like Path of Exile 2 and GGG is looking at it and going, what can we do different? How can we stand out? And I think that's the solid question. Not only did they already know they had a really good base with Path of Exile 1 and everything that they learned from that game and how their fan base, because again, they've been updating that game like No Man's Sky, all the credit in the world, right? That I give No Man's Sky and their team for updating that game continuously. That's all that Path of Exile has been doing. And it's a free to play game. And they've been updating it regular basis, changing the entire game from how it played from day one. They took all those lessons with a great base, with a passionate fan base that has taught them a lot about this genre, because they were just Diablo fans that started GGG. That's all they were. They were Diablo 2 fans who didn't like the direction of Diablo 3 and decided to start their own studio, and they created Path of Exile based upon that. And now they show up with this Path of Exile 2, learning from all of that, and are changing the genre and how it's going to look going forward. And again, there's been other games, like Steel said, that have come along, that have done things well, that have done things better than Diablo in its own right, but just didn't grab a big audience yet. But this is going to make the Blizzard team, should make Rod and the Blizzard team take a step back, not try to protect their legacy, not curl up in a turtle shell like it feels like me to Rod is doing by saying, hey, can we say every action RPG is kind of like a Diablo-like? Can we do that? No. That shouldn't be your focus right now, Rod. You and your team should be taking a step back, number one, and looking at Diablo 4 and saying, how are we going to innovate on Diablo 4? Is there something we just saw in Path of Exile 2 that we can implement into Diablo 4? If it's too complex because the game's coded and because you made the game the way it is and you can't change things now, then you should be taking notes right now, and you should be thinking in the future for Diablo 5 and where you're going to take Diablo as the granddaddy of this franchise, and how you're going to look at Path of Exile 2 and move it even beyond Path of Exile 2. That should be your question next. And those should be discussions you're already having internally if you want the Diablo legacy to continue. To Steele's point, Souls-like earned that moniker because of how far Souls games pushed the genre. And every Souls game that came out from software pushed the bar a little bit further or changed things up a little bit from the original formula and made people look at those games differently. They established that. They earned that spot. That's what Rod and his team should be doing right now. And that's what competition should do to you. If you want to remain the top dog, if you want to remain that go-to ARPG for everybody. And again, I'm not saying everybody's going to abandon Diablo 4. Diablo 4 is going to exist. Diablo 4 is going to continue to make a ton of money. Diablo 4 is successful and will continue to be successful. But PoE 2, make no mistake, is going to siphon a portion of those people. PoE 2 is going to siphon not only a portion of the hardcore Diablo fan base, it will siphon off a portion of the casuals as well, who jump into PoE 2 and say, you know what? It's actually not as complicated as people made it seem. Or they're going to see streamers playing it and people explaining it, and they're going to go, you know what? It isn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. And actually, a lot of the stuff they've changed does seem more simple for me to jump into, and people are going to jump into it and find out that it is a game for them. So it is going to siphon a portion of those players, but both are going to continue to coexist. There's going to be other ARPGs that come along that do attempt to change things up and do attempt to create their own spots. I love the ARPG looter position. I love, you guys know how much I love the genre. But as I've said, along with S.T.A.L.K.E.R, I am buying in now that I've seen PoE 2 in action. Now that I got the deep dive, I jumped into PoE 1 total about 80 hours over its entire lifetime.
I never did that.
That's a drop in the bucket. Never got to end game. None of it, right? But what I've seen from my PoE 2, I'm jumping in day one, early access with S.T.A.L.K.E.R. We are going to be running PoE 2. You'll probably see us streaming PoE 2 at times because I am all in on learning Path of Exile now. I am all in that this is replacing Diablo, right? For the foreseeable future. Unless I get it and don't like it, hey, that might happen. But for right now, it is replacing Diablo and my permanent rotation as my looter ARPG. Borderlands 4 is supposedly coming out next year. That'll have its spot because I love the shooter looter spot too. But for right now, PoE 2 is looking like that game. And I'm so happy that GGG is in this space to be able to give that push that I think Blizzard and Diablo needs. They might have looked over at PoE 1 and taken some things. I know they did some influence from them. So that I know that they noticed PoE. But if PoE 2 hits the right way out of early access into the full release, if this turns into that game that everybody thought Diablo 4 was going to be, and it does start siphoning people, then I think that's a good thing because I think that will make Blizzard better in the future. It should make them better in the future. And I think that Diablo, while they don't have to go back to hardcore Diablo 2, that's not their space anymore. That's okay. But I still think there are some things that they can do to innovate in there that even for the casuals will make that a much better experience overall, especially once you put in 100 hours, 200 hours, which is what those games are made to be. I think they can do a lot better than they currently have. And I'm hoping that's what this is going to do. But Path of Exile 2 has got me hyped through the roof. Like this is what I've been waiting for. And I can't wait to learn it frontwards and backwards. But like Steele said, all the things they showed me, the different ways you can go about proceeding through endgame, kind of having choices, all that kind of stuff. All of that is exciting to me, along with the loot system that they got where you can kind of continuously upgrade your favorite loot so that it always is viable. The same way that they make basically, yes, there's obviously going to be metas, but just looking at what they're doing, every class in PoE 1, every kind of build pretty much was viable, even in endgame. I saw enough people playing their way that they wanted to play high-level PoE players, didn't necessarily run meta all the damn time. You could certainly do that, but they still made it so the classes were all viable, and now they're allowing you to combo classes. They're allowing you to really experiment. They even said in that video with some of the experimentation with some of the items that you're going to be able to attach, they don't know what combinations the players are going to come up with. They're just putting it out there into the wild and saying, go have nuts, go find out. We don't even know what you can make because there's so many thousands of combinations that you can do here. We can't test them all. So who knows what people are going to find out how to do with different classes and different mods. So go crazy. That excites the hell out of me. So PoE 2, shout out to GGG. They did a hell of a job in that hour and a half. Steel, it was a great showing for them. Hands down. I think a lot of people are going to jump into this.
Yeah, it was an excellent showing, man. Because and to Nixie's point again, he says D4 should continue to create its own lane and not hop on someone else's. In my opinion. And I want to say this is how I feel about it, and to add on. The other thing about that too, though, about creating your own lane, is that everything in your game still has to be somewhat viable. Diablo 4 has also proven that that's not the case. In order for you to get when you start getting in the end game in Diablo 4, if you're not looking up builds, I mean, Pong had talked about this over the last few weeks about recently, over the last couple of months, recently. Yeah, we jumped into the expansion. He got a build. He felt like the build was doing well, but then he hit a wall. And then now the build's not doing well anymore. And the game doesn't just give you a path to help you get your gear better without you looking up something to make the gear better or to play a certain type of way. And yes, Diablo is now changing some of those things so that more gear is viable, so that more playstyles are viable. But why are we waiting a year for that to exist when a free-to-play game that's coming out in the early access is seemingly understanding those concepts and those things from the very jump before the game even releases? That is more so the problem that I'm speaking to, because again, when you are looking at the dev teams, and that is my main point of this entire thing, I just expect so much more from Diablo because of the pedigree that is behind them. The innovation that is possible within the genre that I see from everybody else other than Blizzard. And yes, they have made things right. They're starting to make things right now. But again, why was this not the case when the game released? The end game was extremely shallow. And I was speaking to those things then. These are things that should not exist for somebody that has been doing this for X amount of time, who had nothing but the community telling them of, hey, these are the things that we would like to see in the game. They had all this data, all this information. You're one of the most played ARPGs in the market, the one that typically everybody goes to first. And Path of Exile 2 has to show you how it's done in 2024 after you just had an expansion? You gave me excuses for why you couldn't have stash tabs. You gave me excuses for why my gems couldn't be in their own slot. They had to take up my inventory.
Which has been a problem in the past that's been brought up, and they knew that was a problem. They knew it was a problem with inventory management.
Why are these things that exist in a $70+ game versus a free-to-play game? And yes, if you get the Founders, the only way that you can play early access is if you get the bottom line $30 version of the game for Path of Exile 2. But even at $30, I feel like I'm investing in a team that obviously understands what I want as a Diablo player more than Diablo does. And again, I'm not the Path of Exile dude. Pong has played Path of Exile more than I have. Right? It didn't give to me. I put more hours when Diablo 4 came out than Path of Exile than I ever put into Path of Exile. But the same things that I was talking about when the game came out, especially as a fan, as somebody who was a fan of Diablo, seeing what they were doing, seeing the things, because they had so much hype going into Diablo 4. Oh, we're going to do this and we're going to do that and this and this and endgame and bow. We have all these things happening and none of it existed. Nixie says, in December, do you have to pay to play? Yes. In order to become a founding member, you have to pay $30 minimum to jump into Path of Exile 2. And like Kodokawa says, I have a meta druid build, but I rarely play it. And I was bringing up the point, before you stepped away, that the thing that's the main difference that I am seeing, the game's going to be free when it releases in full release, which is they're anticipating to be 6 months from early access. So summer of 2025. that'll be the time that'll be the time for you to jump in. But I was making a point to you, Pong, how you have mentioned that, hey, you get to a certain point in your build in Diablo 4, and then it feels like the build is no longer viable, or that you have to look up some miraculous build that you have to now go back and fix, go grind for other loot. You have to kind of counterplay yourself to now all of a sudden continue your progress. And again, it's not, to me, these games, what I think is the definition of what Diablo is essentially, or what is in these games in the ARPG genre, is being able to create different builds without you having to create the perfect build that ever exists. Now, if you're trying to push the hardest end game content that exists in the game, and you need to start crunching some numbers and stuff like that, maybe that's when some of those things get thrown into consideration. But even at that point, for people who have been playing this genre for some time, me and Pong are not noobs to this. Why do we have to? We are taking information that the game is giving us and then getting to the end game and the game saying that's not good enough. Guys, the resistances were broken in Diablo 4 for almost 6 months. That's a base concept of your game.
That's a fact. I mean, that's an admitted fact from the team. So, yeah.
With 6,000 plus devs? That is the problem that I'm speaking to, and why I can't just say, oh, well, everybody can cut out their own lane. That's not your own lane, bro. You don't know what your lane is. Seemingly. Your lane is, oh yeah, we're making it easier. We want to make it more casual for players to jump into it, but we're just going to completely ignore all these other aspects of the game. That doesn't quite make sense to me. So, as somebody who has not played Path of Exile 1 enough to even get a base grasp of what the game is. I've played less than 10 hours of Path of Exile 1 since it's released. One, mainly because it didn't have controller support at first, which, guess what? Path of Exile 2 is going to have controller support day one in early access. So guess what? I'll be playing it on PC or whatever platform that I ended up getting on, which I have it on. I ended up getting it on PC, which, hey, guess what? The game is also full crossplay. Wow, what a Marvel freaking concept, guys. It is dope to see other players work themselves up in the space to kind of carve out their own mark.
I love it, Steel. It should be celebrated, right?
Versus other players.
Yeah, it should be celebrated, right?
Yeah, 1,000%.
I think that's the biggest thing. Again, love Diablo 4, always will. Diablo will always have a special place in my heart. Obviously, it's just that I love to see somebody come along and show something different, man. To show innovation, and to show some guts to move the ARPG formula forward, right? And again, I just wish that the Blizzard team had done that with Diablo 4. Again, they did a lot of great things. The story is absolutely
the story is phenomenal.
It's phenomenal. The opening story is just absolutely amazing, and bringing it back to the darkness, like they did that perfectly. Like they captured that old Diablo 2 feel again. Like they did so many things that we talked about, right? But there was just such a laundry list. As much as I loved it, right? Just looking at the game, and we know it's a fact because they've had to do how many fireside chats where they apologized to the community and said, we're working to fix this, right? Like they've done that so many times, and it's not like wasn't some like crazy shit that they didn't know about, or crazy shit that they couldn't have seen coming from a mile away. It was just some basic starter ARPG mechanics that you would expect the Diablo team to know like the back of their hand, that they absolutely missed on. And that's what I look at a game like PoE2 and a team like GGG and just go, I'm glad they're entering this space and they're coming with some real heat for the granddaddy. Like they are bringing it this time around, because now PoE has a baseline fan base, a passionate fan base, much like the Diablos back in the day did. but they're now expanding that out and doing more greatness with PoE 2 seemingly, right? Again, until we get our hands on, until we see it live, but they seemingly have not lost what made PoE 1 great. They're just expanding on that, innovating in the scene, and coming with PoE 2, garnering more attention from the masses, the media, the journalists, the streamers, everybody that's going to push this game. They're now garnering that and capitalizing on what they've built. And I think that Diablo is on notice. I think Rod and his team are on notice that Path of Exile 2 entering early access already looks, and again, go back to the comments. Were all the comments happy Path of Exile people for Path of Exile 2? No, there were some things that people are upset about. Again, you're not going to make all the fans happy. However, a lot of the comments were, holy shit, this early access PoE 2 has more content than Diablo 4 does. Like, you got to sit up.
That's what's happening. That's what people are talking about right now.
You got to sit up and take notice. And I think it's a good thing. And Nixie, your point is well taken as far as staying true to who they are. Absolutely. But they've got to do what they are to its best possible and then bump their own bar a little bit. I think every team strives to do that. I don't think you're going to find a dev team that says, nah, we're cool with just where we're at. I think they all would say that they want to do that. I just think Diablo 4 didn't do that out the gate. I hope they get into a spot where they can do that, and it's fine. They don't have to chase PoE 2, for everything at all, but take some of what PoE does.
That's not the point.
They already did. Take some of what PoE 2 is doing it. Add that to Diablo, the next Diablo, if that's the case, but then innovate off of what you're doing. Come up with some new shit. Come up with some shit that PoE 2 isn't doing. I think that's what you should do as a successful dev team, is to think outside the box and make some cool shit for your next game if you can't put it into this game. So, but again, content-wise, there's no excuse for Blizzard not to have more content for Diablo than they do. There is no excuse with a team that big, with as much money invested into that game as they do. There is no reason why they had Endgame that was basically a one and done situation for Endgame. There is no reason why they couldn't have had more along the lines of Path of Exile 2 in terms of content goes for Endgame ready. There is no reason for that. So again, it is what it is. Both are going to coexist. Diablo will continue to be successful and a moneymaker, but I'm just excited for Path of Exile 2, and I can't wait to learn it. So it's going to be fun as hell.
Yeah, and I mean it's gonna be a fresh new experience. It's gonna be Path of Exile in 2024, and that's gonna be one of the best times to jump in, right? If you're somebody who feels like the first game was doing too much for you, it was overly complicated, this would be your opportunity to say, okay, well, what is this next game about? And see what I mean by the differences and the things that you pay attention to, and why true endgame matters, why build diversity matters, why having a solid skill tree matters. And mind you, I like what Diablo 4 did with the Paragon system. I really do. I thought that was really dope. You know what I'm saying?
Path of Exile made it their own.
And that was such a cool concept, but it didn't impact the gameplay enough. Again, when you're missing core aspects of your game, like resistances, stash tabs, resource management, in a AAA ARPG, it just throws a lot of things into question for me, and it's just that's what makes it interesting. And Wilfred, like Wilfred said, and it will be free. And again, you guys you'll be able to see the gameplay that we'll put on the channel. You know, I'm going to put some of that stuff out there between my from World to Wild's journey. I'm be throwing that stuff in there. And again, there's a reason why I stopped playing Diablo 4. I hate when games, especially looter games, make me feel like, especially in PvE, because mind you, I'm not even bringing up PvP, which they said they were going to support and going to get behind and was going to flesh out, and that was going to be a whole good part of the game, and it didn't. What happened to it? You have 6,000 plus devs working on this game, but again, another situation where we just forget about a whole aspect of the game because you have to fix everything else that is wrong with the base game. That makes no remote sense to me. But games are more expensive than ever to make. 2 and 2 isn't equal. Isn't equal
That's
to
a bigger
4.
conversation. That's a bigger conversation. We're gonna see how all this plays out. But
Yeah,
that's
we'll
a bigger conversation. That because again, we do have some devs showing up on the scene, doing things, competing one for one with these big dev teams, right? That are using much less resources, much less
Doing more
time.
with less.
And again, we know for a fact these conversations have been had publicly from the big guys. Also internally, we know that there's been reporting on plenty of conversations going on. They're talking about scaling back their projects more and more, getting back to the old ways of making games. So I think this is a really good point to bring up when you're looking at two comparable games from two really different types of teams, right? That are competing one for one with each other at this point once this launches. And I think it's really a good example of exactly what's happening in this industry with the AAA space right now and how they have to take a step back and go, how does a team like GGG make a game that's even going to compare with Diablo 4, but in many ways surpass it? How are they doing that? Like, why can't we? Where's our efficiency? Where in our pipeline are we broken? Like, why do we need 6,000 to 8,000 chefs in the kitchen to make a Diablo 4 game when these guys are doing it with a handful, comparatively speaking? Like, that doesn't compute. And there's got to be a problem. And I think it's I think it's great. This is why competition works, because somebody does come along and does things differently, no matter what the industry is, or improves upon it, or makes it more efficient, or whatever the case may be. And the big boys have to take notice, and it can make them better. And that's what I'm hoping for all around here.
Yeah, 1,000%. And that's just my main point, man. As a Diablo fan, and just as a gaming fan in totality, the bigger picture for this conversation, and again, so we're not talking in circles about it. The bigger point of the conversation is just pointing out some of the hypocrisy that it continues to happen in the gaming industry, and then have some of the gaming fan base excuse it as, oh, well, it's their game. Is it though? Like, is it really? Because others seem to understand your game better than you do. And what does that say to the bigger picture, especially with everything that's going on in the industry? So again, and they're letting, Grinding Gear Games is allowing the fans, they're making PoE 2 because of the fan support. Mm-hmm. Like, I mean, like what else can you do to fight that? The only other thing that I had next on the list,
real quick,
just
real quick, it's just popped up. Okay.
What happened?
I was not expecting to see this headline today. But anyways, it comes off the back of S.T.A.L.K.E.R 2 conversation. S.T.A.L.K.E.R 2 Heart of Chernobyl has almost single-handedly saved 2024 from being an absolutely rubbish year for gaming.
Who said that?
Fraser Brown of PC Gamer. I love the love for S.T.A.L.K.E.R 2. Don't get me wrong, obviously. Love the love for S.T.A.L.K.E.R 2. But single-handedly saved 2024 from being an absolutely rubbish year for gaming. Again, it goes back to all of us watching different shows on the same screen. Like, it's just, that analogy can never be more apt for so many things in life now. Like, I don't know how any person in this industry says this year was absolutely rubbish. And that S.T.A.L.K.E.R 2, of all the games, Steel, and again, love the love for S.T.A.L.K.E.R 2. This dude is obviously a S.T.A.L.K.E.R fan. But to say this saved this year, I can't even put myself in that shoes. I can't put myself in that place. I can't. It's interesting.
Yes. That's some pretty strong drugs that he's doing. And again, I mean, the personal preference is great and all. And if I hear you, dog, but there's so many great games that released this year that I don't think S.T.A.L.K.E.R saved it. It's a good add-on, and it's
Right.
PC Gamer, which is
It's trash. They've turned it to trash. They have gone off the deep end with their conversations, but I just thought that was crazy. I can't. I don't know, chat.
I mean, again,
crazy? Is this an absolute rubbish year? Yeah, no, Nixie, I don't know why you take everything. You can understand, Nixie, even if, right? Even if you want to just take the side and say, oh, it's just people's opinions. Nixie, we've been through this. But come on, man. Come on, bro. You gotta say that's pretty damn extreme. Like as any type of gamer with the amount of games that have come out, right? Across all genres were represented this year, right? Yes, we got more Eastern flavored games this year than normal. As far as JRPGs go and that kind of stuff, we got fighting games galore. But just in general, all genres were represented extremely well this year. That's an extreme take, right? And we understand, Nixie, that clickbait is a thing and that these journalists do use it. I can simply call out that headline and go, that's a little wild, and that I can never put myself in your shoes. I can get down with people's opinions, but man, oh man, that just is wild to me. That's all.
Yeah,
it's an opinion piece. Take it for what it is. Nixie, I am. And my opinion is that it's fucking crazy. My opinion is that dude, like Steele said, is on fucking drugs. That's my opinion of his opinion piece. It is. It's fucking drugs.
I mean, again, and comparing it to talking to your friend, but I mean, if your friend isn't working for like a major gaming conglomerate, that is known to have a lot of eyes on their content, a lot of eyes on their on the think pieces that they do. Again, they're not the only place, right? I mean, I've seen that. Did visit some of the darker corners of the alleys this week, and I did hear a lot of people saying that 2023 was a weak year. I mean, 2024 has been a weak year, and that 2023 was a better year. I mean, hey, if that's your opinion, then great. But like the blatant missing all the other games that have released this year, we're not even giving a nod to them or to acknowledging them that's also kind of strange behavior, man. Like, and again, to each their own for sure, but there is I just do think that there is something bad. I think there is something to be said about it.
And again, Nixie, I will lean into the fact that this attitude towards the gaming industry is part of the reason why we get articles that are biased. Again, you could call it all editorials now, you can call it all opinion, but I think this attitude towards the gaming industry does bleed in when somebody who holds that kind of thought about a full year of gaming totality. If you carry that attitude about an entire year of gaming that has had some freaking phenomenal experiences across all genres, I think that bleeds into your writing. And that goes back to my point that I think there's a lot of people who are burnt out on this industry, in my opinion, are burnt out on this industry, and why we see the attitude towards gaming in general from a lot of these places. And I think that this is another example of that. And no, understanding, I was laughing at your comment. No, there is no disrespect, Stalker 2 disrespect. You can go back and listen to the first 2 hours where we extensively talked about Stalker 2 and my love for Stalker 2. I said I love and appreciate the respect that man had by saying Stalker 2 saved the year for gaming. Like, I love that fact. He's obviously also a Stalker fan. So no, there was no Stalker 2 disrespect. Overall, it was his disrespect for the gaming industry for this entire year that I have a problem with. But anyways. Oh, Nix, why are we doing this? Nix, why do we do this every time, bro? Why do we do this? There is no more factual-based journalism. Very little of it. Again, no absolutes here, but there is very little factual-based journalism anymore. My argument is journalism has turned all into editorials and opinions. So yes, you are correct. They're all going to be inherently biased, and that's the way I read almost all articles nowadays, even the ones that aren't
Yes,
editorial or opinions. So yeah.
Yeah, and that's more so what we always speak to more than anything else. I mean, I'm pretty sure y'all know that, man. I know other people kind of point out certain people's perspectives and be like, oh, is this an opinion? But me and Pong have always spoke out to, true journalism being done, and that's something that they always defend. That's something that they always defend as well. That, oh man, it's just opinions. Well, I mean, but it's like, but nobody's ever being subjective about what's actually happening in the industry though anymore. And that also creates a whole different issue. Right. So again, respect to it. I mean, you can do whatever you want to on your site. Apparently, I mean, it got passed by your editor, your chief, your editing chief. So, hey man, great. Make your money off of it. People are going to click it. People are going to see. Again, if that just reads to me is that was your intention. You wanted people to click on the article so you can see, oh, why do you say that Stalker 2 is the savior of the year? That's how I read it. And again, unless you say opinion piece, like I see Windows Central do, right, as an example, right? I see Jess Corden all the time. He'll put out an article to say, boom, this is an opinion piece, right? This is essentially just how he feels about what's happening or what's going on based off the knowledge that he has or anything or things that he's heard and things of that nature. So just as an example, right? And I think there should be more of that. Hey, this is my opinion on how I'm feeling about what I'm seeing in the industry. I was gonna say before we start wrapping things down, because I am at a mental point here. The only other thing that I thought was interesting this week that I know people were getting into because they were hoping that, I don't know if they were necessarily hoping, but they were saying that Fromsoftware was going to be PlayStation exclusive studio now because PlayStation is apparently in talks to get Kodokawa, who is the parent company of Fromsoftware, who also is invested, who also has Tencent invested in them as well. I believe Tencent and Sony have about the same percentage or around the same percentage as far as a stake into. Sony has stake into Fromsoftware, and then Tencent has stake in Kodokawa, right? So I do think that one would override the other, and I do think that situation is a little bit more complicated than things are being led on. I did end up listening to Richard Hogue, shout out to Hogue Law, and also some others speak about the possibility of this happening. Now, real quick, this article is funny because this is from PlayStation Lifestyle. And let me pause this so I can transition it on over here. It says, Xbox fans not happy with potential Sony Kodokawa acquisition. I thought that this was kind of funny because I guess Xbox fans would be concerned. I hadn't seen a whole lot of that happening more so. But it is maybe something that it could be a possibility. But they go on to say, just a few days ago, it was reported FromSoft parent company Kodokawa would be acquired by Sony. Well, they're in talks. This raised concerns about the console exclusivity and if Sony would bring games under the conglomerate's umbrella to Xbox. While that answer will remain a mystery until the acquisition goes through, fans of Microsoft's gaming brand are not too pleased with the potential purchase. Excuse me. In a recent post from Xbox subreddit, I don't know why that's a thing, but anyway, Xbox fans voiced their displeasure with Sony possibly acquiring Kodokawa. Specifically, this post references the media conglomerate confirming it has received a letter of intent from Sony for the acquisition, but has not yet made a decision. As Kodokawa Corporation is the parent company of Fromsoftware and Spike Chunsoft, Xbox fans seem convinced Sony will make games from those companies exclusive. The top comment on the thread claims Xbox owners are all fucked from all future Fromsoftware games. Others simply suggest purchasing a PC, assuming that these alleged exclusives would receive a PC version. It is not a bad assumption since PlayStation has recently begun bringing its games to PC. It seems a bit silly to think Fromsoftware games would become PlayStation exclusives if this acquisition went through. The developer recently announced Elden Ring sold 25 million units, and even if it sold most on PlayStation consoles, a number like that may not have been obtainable if it was console exclusive. I'll read this and I'll give a little bit of my opinion. Meanwhile, Phil Spencer and the team at Xbox are slowly removing exclusive from its vernacular. The company recently launched This Is an Xbox campaign, which aims to bring the Xbox experience to any device that can play video games. Additionally, they've already started bringing its games to PlayStation. Its latest was Call of Duty Black Ops 6. They announced Indiana Jones and the Great Circle is coming to PlayStation 5 next year. Nick said, he says, whoever wrote this, where did they source the Xbox fans' displeasure? He said the Xbox subreddit. He doesn't explain where the subreddit it was from. He just says from the Xbox subreddit. That's all that he says. Again, this is from PlayStationLifestyle.net. Of course, they are more PlayStation focused, but that does give essentially the gist of what is happening. When this information started going out, I am of the mind that this acquisition is probably not going to end up happening. Now, I wanted to give context that Richard Hogue, again, a lawyer who is familiar with mergers and acquisitions, that's his business. That's what his focus is about. He did bring up the point that Japanese law is very different from American law, and that there may not be a contention for either, whether it's about the anime side of things or gaming side of things, that there is not the same precedent in those countries that there is here in the United States. With that being taken into consideration, it does open the possibility that this could happen and can go through with minimal pushback, which is something I'm not going to necessarily say that it's scary, but it is something that is interesting to think about, right? Now, do I think that Kodokawa or FromSoft, not that FromSoft would have like the overall say to prevent this from happening, but especially with the recent success of the games underneath their umbrella, how well anime has been doing. And I do think that is something that needs to be addressed as far as media goes. I do think that this acquisition would not end up happening because of the success that has been seen. Now, to go back into it, Hogue was also bringing up the point that apparently Sony does have the money on hand to make this acquisition if needed, right? Some people were hinting at the fact that Kodokawa was valued right around $4 or $5 billion in US currency, and if we're going to use previous acquisitions, Microsoft, ZeniMax, also ABK, as a reference point, I would have to say that acquisition would probably end up being, unless they just shake hands and call it a good deal or whatever the case, probably right around $8 billion. Could this be something in the same vein of this is going to be PlayStation's version of ZeniMax? Pong, what do you think of that potentiality? And do you see this type of acquisition being possible because of the laws being a bit different overseas than it is here? And PlayStation having the high chance of monopolizing the anime industry as part of this? because that would be an additional aspect to this. Not only the games, because From Software coming under that would just be a piece of it. Kodokawa has so many other things under their umbrella. And I'm gonna get that list out there. But just how are you feeling on a surface level so far about that?
I've already got my rough drafts written for all the regulatory bodies to stop this thing from happening, because this will cause world hunger and cause cancer to rise, and Sony should not be allowed to move forward with Kodokawa at all. All jokes aside, obviously, from a gaming standpoint, I could care less. It's not a big deal to me. It wouldn't be a big deal. Yeah, again, obviously, everybody knows I don't care about Souls games. Even if it was one of my favorite genres, even if it was CD Projekt Red, from a gaming standpoint, I don't care. Like, it's not anything that they can't do. Again, business is business. Again, that's part of it. You guys know my feelings on acquisitions. And from that standpoint, the gaming side of things doesn't bother me in the least. From the anime side, it's a problem. This is what this purchase is about. This purchase isn't about From Software. This purchase isn't about Elden Ring. It's not about Bloodborne as much as people want to make it about that shit. It's not. It's from the anime side. And Sony is being very monolithic. Oh my God, I can't speak today.
Monopolistic?
Yes. I can't speak today. Anyways, this is approaching a monopoly at this point. Okay. With their anime division. I think if they were to make this purchase, distant second, I believe, again, I did a quick research from an anime publishing side of things. Bandai Namco would be a distant second, as who's left in the anime space as far as publishing an IP goes. That is a problem. You don't want a monopoly in any industry, and Sony is going for the jugular here. They really are. As far as whether or not it'll be stopped, I have no idea. Japan was put on notice. If you guys remember, United States government got involved. Some Congress people actually asked Japan and their government to look at Sony's practices. And this was obviously over the video game industry because Xbox had brought up concerns. And so maybe being on notice, Japan will take a closer look at this and say, no, we can't even let one of our own do this because it is a problem. But whether or not that happens, who knows? Again, things are so different over there. Their attitude is different about, these cases. But I do think it's something that people should question. Now, anime, again, it's one of the biggest forms of entertainment. Okay. People don't realize that because people dismiss it like they did for decades and decades of video games, saying it's just a kid's thing, right? Oh, it's just cartoons. Nobody looks at anime and how popular it's become. Nobody looks at anime and how much it is actually a part of culture now, right? Pop culture, and how much influence it does have in the world. And so could this slide under the radar and everybody says, okay, go ahead, Sony, do it if they get a deal struck. And then down the line, all of a sudden they're like, oops, maybe we shouldn't have done this because they basically control all the anime. Like, yeah, I think that's something that could happen because, again, people raised red flags when they went and got Crunchyroll, right? And nothing happened. So, again, that's my only concern with it. Could care less. If they want to make this move, they're more than allowed to. If they find a way to finance this move, that's the big thing, right? It's going to be a big purchase. Whether it's 8 million, 10 million, whatever it is, it's going to be a massive purchase for Sony. Can they do it? Yeah, I've always said along they can go ahead and raise the funds. Does it put themselves on a spot? Yeah, it does. They don't have the bankroll of Microsoft, right? They don't have that kind of ability. So it is going to put them in a spot. So there is going to be some risk involved with it if they do this. But they're allowed to. It's their business. And again, I don't have a problem with it overall. But the anime side, yeah, it's an issue. That they are becoming a monopoly in the anime space, and that's a problem for sure.
Yeah, I mean, and again, for me, that's the aspect for me as well. I don't necessarily think it's going to impact the game side of things because I do think that things are going to continue to be more multi-plat. Just because Demon Souls isn't over here yet, doesn't mean that all the other games moving forward are not going to be that way. I do think that Elden Ring has kind of set a precedent for that. we'll see how things continue to play out, man. And not much more information can kind of be gathered from what's happening currently. There's just talks happening, nothing legit. Again, and this could just be a way for Kodokawa to kind of reach out and just see who else may be interested, right? Kind of evaluate. Microsoft would be out of the conversation, I think, at this point. If they were to try to get involved, I do think Microsoft could force the issue if they wanted to be part of the conversation, for sure. Especially the way government is right now, and who's in power and everything. I think that would open up an avenue for them. Some people have been moved out of the FTC, so there are things that would be possible for them. But nonetheless, we'll just have to see how things continue to play out, man. But I'm not necessarily worried. I'll play from Fromsoftware games wherever I can get them. Again, Bloodborne for me, to this day, I still feel like it was overrated. I tried to play Bloodborne on the PlayStation 4. I couldn't get into it, and I'm the Souls fan. So I've never played Demon Souls. Maybe I'll play that if it ever ends up coming to PC. Maybe I'll play Bloodborne, try to play Bloodborne again when it comes to PC. But again, to each their own. We'll see how things end up playing out. Well, with that, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to lead us to the end of episode 169 of Living Split Screen. Again, apologies if this episode ended up being a little bit on the weaker side, at least on my part. I felt like it was, but maybe it's just a me thing. Again, being in my own head and whatnot, especially with the kind of weeks that I've had. But I do greatly appreciate everybody still listening to my rambles and get through my points, especially when it came to Diablo and Path of Exile. Again, definitely be on the lookout for that content coming forward as well. I am going to be looking to jump back into my From World to Wilds journey come tomorrow, hopefully. That is going to be 10 a.m. Central. Well, not tomorrow, excuse me, Monday. Apologies on that. Monday, I'm going to be looking to jump back into and start that back up. Because again, that is something that I do want to use as a central point. Again, like I explained to y'all, it's called a journey for a reason. There's a lot of other things behind the scenes that I was moving into and getting started, things like working out, being consistent, making content, and just working those creative juices behind the scenes, and going through that journey was helping a lot with that. Again, real life came knocking on the door, as it tends to do. And when you got kiddos, man, other things become more of an importance than your hobby does, right? And some things can be mentally draining. Some things that take more focus, and that's just kind of why that has been delayed thus far. Right now, I don't have the next episode that I was planning to stream until I believe the beginning of December sometime. But again, I am planning to start that back up on Monday, because I do want to get some episodes in before Path of Exile ends up coming out. Path of Exile is looking to come out on Friday, December the 6th. So there's something to look into as well. I don't know if I'm end up being, more than likely I won't end up being live that day. We got birthdays that are coming around, and it's that Saturday as well, the 7th of December. We're not going to be live. Paul mentioned that before, so go ahead and put that in your calendars as well if you would like. December 7th, we will not be live. We'll live a split screen. Weapon X says, remember, Diablo 4 is better than PoE. Hey, I do agree that Diablo 4 is better than Path of Exile 1. Again, I'd rather play Diablo 4 than Path of Exile 1, especially with all the lineage and everything that the game has behind it now. But I do think that Path of Exile 2 is going to be a good opportunity for a reset and really help us evaluate where the ARPG genre is currently, especially with the game being in early access. And that's the number one thing that I want to have people keep in mind as far as that goes. But yeah, so definitely look out for more content coming to Live a Split Screen as a channel. Also look for me. I still reign eyed at T is a 7 everywhere. Twitch is also going to be the other place that I'll be live, my personal Twitch channel. So if you guys want to tune in there, please check me out there. and we'll keep it live, raw, and uncut from there. Other than that, you can also follow me on X, otherwise known as Twitter. Dikado's giving a shout out to Ravenwatch. I'm not going to be jumping into Ravenwatch, but Dikado, I can't wait to hear how you're feeling about that one as well. But again, you can follow me on X, otherwise known as Twitter. And also I am on Blue Sky if people want to follow us there. Living Split Screen is also on Blue Sky if you guys want to follow Living Split Screen there as well. I haven't really posted anything there for Living Split Screen, but I have been posting some stuff there as far as just like my personal account goes. I can't say that, oh man, Blue Sky is this whole other marvelous magical place. And I will say that there does seem to be more focused content there than what I had seen on Twitter as of late. I did big up X as far as my For You page goes, because it does typically lean on the better side of having an expansive or a varying amount of content, right? As far as different people sharing stuff, because I love to see, again, there's something that me and Pong probably do the most of, at least that I have seen in the community, where you can go down my timeline and just see all the different stuff that we share from different developers working on different games, whether it be single devs, whether it be 10 people, 10 person dev teams, whatever it may be, just a variance of content along with the games that we are in love with and the games that we're playing right now. So yeah, man, just check out those different forums. And other than that, Pong, great episode with you. Hopefully I didn't go too far on any particular tangent. Hopefully everything was able to be understood. But man, brother, it's always greatly appreciated to sit down with you on a Saturday morning, going into the afternoon, keeping the energy high, especially coming off of work. And just giving it to these beautiful people, man. Again, y'all come out on a week-to-week basis, show us love, show us support, and that's just always a magical thing for me and a blessing, and can't wait to and always look forward to it on a Saturday, no matter what's happening through in real life. So greatly appreciate you being here, brother.
Oh, brother, again, all of them. Again, just the only way is through, brother. So, and I know you're doing your thing, and I just appreciate that the fact that you even took the time to do the show with me this morning, especially coming off of work, with everything else going on. So, man, just nothing but love to you, man. You know that always. And nothing but love and respect to the entire chat who comes out each and every Saturday that we are here and supports the hell out of this. Love you all the conversations. Appreciate it so much. And again, really good conversations in there with what we were doing today. Love you guys. You know that. That's why we shout you out all the time. That's why we bring your conversations into our talking points as well, because this is why we started it, the community. And again, it is a part of both Steel and I's therapy on a weekly basis to come here, forget the real world for the most part, and to be able to just chat about this hobby that we love, especially when this hobby is just rolling the way it is, despite what PC Gamer opinion pieces say. This year has been nothing but exceptional when it comes to gaming as far as I go, and as far as Steel goes, man. We're just having a blast, and it's about to get even better as we wrap up the year as well. Again, Path of Exile 2 is going to be fantastic. I'm still can't wait for Indiana Jones. Man, so much to look forward to, so many conversations to have here. So thank you all for being here. Nothing but love and respect to all of you. And then that goes for you that may be listening to us in the future, that couldn't catch us live. Same goes for you. Otherwise, you guys know how to find me, Pong Soul, on X, formerly known as Twitter. I see you, Nixie. They're running back to X, by the way, as fast as they ran to Blue Sky. I will not be running anywhere. I am on X full time. Will be continuously. So find me there, Pong Soul on Steam, Pong Soul on X, box of Pong Soul on GOG, wherever, Epic, doesn't matter. Follow me, I'll follow you back. Listen, guys, PTK put it out. He is sick, so no shop again this week. We will be back next week by the sounds of it, but PTK is feeling under the weather today, so he put a post out publicly, so I'll just mention that here. Go find some other shows tonight. Have on the background while you're playing games, but normally you will find us on the shop every Saturday night, just not this week. So our week will start again next week. I always shout out Double Barrel Gaming, the channel. Boomstick, the man. Man, Steel, have you noticed people like Clip and Boom lately, man? Shout out to Astro Cyborg, man. Boom's on his list, bro. Boom's getting clipped a lot. 5 days a week, he goes live, but Tuesdays, all Good Things Green Xbox Factor podcast. Be there for the show, 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time. My week starts Thursday. However, not this week because Thanksgiving is this week. U.S.
Yes.
Thanksgiving is this week. So there will be no PM in the PM this week. Don't know if we're going to have Xbox Ultimate. We took off last night. Again, sometimes the day after holiday. Mav just says, let's game. So we'll see if we're going to have Xbox Ultimate on Friday nights. But normally Thursdays, you will find me and Mav, PM in the PM, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 o'clock Central Time over on the Fun Speculation Network. Just not this week. Happy Thanksgiving to everybody. Enjoy your Thanksgiving. Otherwise, Steel and I, God willing, will be back next weekend for another episode of Living Split Screen right here. Same bat channel, same bat time. You know what it is, everybody. It's the golden age of gaming. Please enjoy yourselves this weekend. Again, if you do celebrate Thanksgiving, happy Thanksgiving to you and your family. I hope you all enjoy it. But otherwise, play what you love. Love what you play. And I'll talk to you all real soon. Steel, get us out of here, brother.
Ladies and gentlemen, beautiful people, I want to say thank you for joining us on episode 169. Once again, we'll see you next week on episode 170. Hopefully, I'll have myself a little bit more together next week as well. But nonetheless, y'all stay safe. Stay sexy out there. Get naked and get some gaming in, man. Much love. Y'all be easy. Peace.
Just one question. What if you miss?
I won't.